communities that contribute to the prevalence of mistrust and that undermine a sense of social solidarity. This, in many ways, goes to the heart of what this administration is all about. If we want to advance social cohesion, we have to do a number of things. And some of those are to address the issue of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, because in many ways these impede the achievement of social cohesion. We therefore need to accelerate economic growth and critically ensure that the benefits of growth are equitably shared by all. Many of our people need jobs. We need to reduce inequality. We need to tackle exclusion that is based on race, gender, age, and disability. Our country needs to address landlessness and homelessness and overcome the apartheid spatial divisions. The challenges we face require us to also combat and confront a number of diseases, such as HIV and AIDS and tuberculosis in particular. And Madam Speaker, in many ways, we are taking steps in this regard, and our efforts are applauded worldwide. We are doing a lot to combat crime and the abuse of elderly women and children. We are doing a lot to combat racism and xenophobia because these perpetuate divisions and fuel conflict. We continue to take steps to address corruption in both the public and private sectors, which erodes confidence and trust. There is now a pressing need to enjoin our people to work together to enable South Africa to promote higher levels of growth and employment and reduce poverty and inequality. On the issue of compacts, as asked in the question, there are a number of compacts that already exist, and there are a number of social compacts that are in formation. The social dialogue process that is currently underway in NEDLAC, that is meant to deal with the issue of the instability in the labor market and also to tackle income inequality, could eventually become part of a broader social compact. And we are hopeful that the social partners involved in NEDLAC will be able to advance in that direction. There are similar multi-stakeholder engagements that are also taking place in basic education, in land reform, in agriculture, human settlements, and elsewhere. These need to be welcomed and encouraged as they are efforts that are organic amongst our people to try and enhance social cohesion. Thank you.
The Honorable Zulane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Deputy President. I am in full agreement with your response. We seem to be losing the solidarity in South Africa, which we gained during the 2010 FIFA World Cup tournament. And we are seeing racist incidents increasing, such as the UCT student that urinated on the head of a black man and sees absolutely nothing wrong, that horrific and despicable act. How do we encourage individuals and communities in becoming active citizens in transforming our society and building a nation on a foundation of solidarity? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
One of the issues that the National Development Plan highlights is to engage the citizens of our country in a project of nation building to enhance social cohesion. And the National Development Plan enjoins or seeks to enjoin our people on citizen activism, so that the citizens of our country must recognize that they do not only enjoy the rights that are enshrined in our constitution, but that they also have responsibilities. And they have responsibilities to deal with the ills of our past. The ills of our past, such as racism, such as exclusion, such as the exploitation of people and inequality. Now, these are projects that the government of our country has decided to embark on to try and close the fissures of the past and make sure that we build a nation. Having started from 1994, I'd like to believe that a lot of progress has been made. The founding father of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, called upon us to reconcile, and that project is still underway. And there will be reverses from time to time, which we need to deal with and tackle. But we are fortunate in that we have a constitution that enshrines values and principles that can continue to bind us together as a nation. And wherever there are challenges, we have various structures of the state that can help us address those, the courts, Human Rights Commission, and a whole number of other structures. The project of building a South African nation needs to gather speed because we must deliver a democratic and a non-racial and a non-sexist South Africa. This is what we are all called upon to deliver. Thank you.
The Honorable Reverend Mishwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Deputy President, I'm more interested in knowing how sports can be used to achieve social cohesion in the country. When one looks at what happened during the Rugby World Cup, the nation came together. During the Soccer World Cup, again, people from outside marveled at how South Africans could stand together. Now, when one looks at what happened during apartheid, where there was skill among the colored Indians and white people, great soccer players, and there was a soccer league called the South African Football Association, Transvaal Indian Football Association, South African Colored Football Association, and so on. And all these associations had very, very highly skilled people of different race groups. Now, it seems that we have lost those skills because many that were in Natal, KwaZulu-Natal, who are skilled are not seen today because it's like soccer is now for black people only. So what can we do to ensure that all skillful people from different race groups can come together so that it will not just be a once-off event during a World Cup, but that continually South African skilled players, regardless of their background, racial background, can come together towards achieving social achievements. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Madam Speaker and Honorable Reverend Mishwe, sports is indeed a very important aspect or issue that we can build a nation around. And indeed, the government of our country has embarked on a number of programs, a number of initiatives, a number of projects that are being ably led by our Minister of Sport. And indeed, at the cultural level, many other initiatives are underway that are also being ably led by our Minister of Culture and Mr. Nati Mtetwa. And together, and a number of other cabinet colleagues, they are doing a lot to engender a spirit of social cohesion utilizing both sports and culture, and indeed it extends to many other areas of our life in education and so forth. Now, with regards to sports, the various steps and initiatives that are being taken are aimed at making sure that our sports people, sportsmen and women, represent the totality of the South African nationhood. And we're trying, and these steps are underway, to ensure that when our sports people play, they are representative. They are seen to be representatives of all our people. And the things that are being done in that regard are admirable in certain of the codes and disciplines, but in others, we still face a number of challenges. The honorable member focuses on the soccer one, but I do know that with regards to soccer, a number of plans and initiatives are being embarked upon, even at a school level, to make sure that soccer is seen as a sport that can unite even young people from a very young age, moving on to the national level as well. The same thing needs to happen with rugby, with cricket, with many other codes. So we have embarked on a number of initiatives in this regard to continue to build a truly South African nation. And this we will continue to do through the programs that our various ministries continue to foster in many, many ways. Thank you.
The Honorable Kasim.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Deputy President, in light of the recent spike in violent incidents of racist, sexist, and intolerant attacks in this country, those stoked and perpetuated by both individuals and rogue members of groups such as the Congress of South African Students, COSAS, what is government doing to root out the emergence of groups who rally against the realization of the National Development Plan's ideals of inclusion and social cohesion? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
The government of the Republic of South Africa is committed to making sure that we root out racism in all its facets through the length and the breadth of our country. And if there are individuals, people, or entities or organizations that perpetuate this ugly feature of our past, the government of the Republic will make sure that those who perpetuate this are brought to book. And indeed, we still see a number of incidents such as these. We see, on the farms of our country, many of our people who happen to be black are still treated very badly because they happen to be black, and some of them are even killed. They are maimed and injured, and all these acts need to come to an end. Even in the workplace, some people are still suppressed or oppressed because they happen to be black. So we still have a number of people who are still bent on adhering to racist behavior, and racism still exists within our ranks. Now, we have a wonderful constitution that sets out clear principles and values against this. And we've got various agencies of our government that are ready to take action against people who perpetuate racist acts and activities. And these can be utilized to make sure that we rid our country of any form of racism. So if there are any such incidents that the member is aware of, we can rely on our various agencies in government to rid our country of all these terrible deeds of the past.
The Honorable Mponchane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Through you to the Honorable Deputy President. Honorable Deputy President, social cohesion is sometimes made very, very difficult to achieve by the fact that communities are defined by their political affiliations and therefore becoming partisan in their thinking and in their actions. The question, how is your office assisting to facilitate initiatives which are aimed at political reconciliation among the different political parties? I thank you.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Our office, particularly when you ask the question, Honorable Member, on amongst various political parties, our office, as the leader of government business, has already started on a process of meeting various political parties particularly those that are represented in Parliament. And indeed, yesterday we did so, and we hope that that initiative will bear fruit as time goes on. But more broadly, our office is determined to make sure that we engender a spirit of cooperation, of collaboration, of working together, not only amongst parties that are here, but more broadly in South African society, so that all of us as South Africans should have a feeling that we are first South Africans than anything else. We must see ourselves as being proud South Africans, committed to the building of a South African nation, a nation that has just emerged from the ravages of apartheid. So we embark on a number of initiatives, and some of which we roll out at a public level, where we go and meet communities, and we meet organizations, and we meet various institutions, and to engender this spirit of oneness, of one South African nationhood, and that we can work together to achieve the goals that are set out and objectives that are set out in our Constitution. Thank you.
Honorable members, I have been informed that question number 10 has been withdrawn at the request of the Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition. We therefore move to question number 11 that has been asked by the Honorable M. Johnson. The Honorable, the Deputy President.
The question on the expanded public works program. The EPWP was established to draw a significant number of poor and unemployed South Africans into productive work in a manner that will enable them to gain skills, to increase their capacity to earn income. The Department of Public Works conducted a midterm review of phase 2 of this program in 2012. The study that they embarked on found that the EPWP had a positive impact on the communities where it is being implemented. Many participants in these programs have moved above the poverty line due to the income they received from working in this program. Most participants were unemployed before they were engaged to work in these programs and had been looking for employment for periods running between 3 to 5 years or more. There are various wonderful testimonies of participants who have been interviewed for evaluation studies who show that the EPWP program is indeed making a significant positive impact in their lives. The EPWP program has contributed to the provision of social infrastructure in a number of areas through, among other things, the construction and maintenance of structures such as schools, clinics, magistrates' courts, and prisons. In response to the National Development Plan, the third phase of the EPWP targets the creation of up to 6 million work opportunities between April of 2014 to March of 2019. The program contributes to the NDP in a number of ways. Some of those are, it achieves income transfer in the form of wages into poor communities. This not only reduces poverty, but it also forms an economic stimulus targeted directly at poor people. It also creates work opportunities. Those who participate in the work of the EPWP have found that public employment can assist in mitigating the effects of social problems. They build self-esteem, and they develop social networks for many of the people. Networks that are able to make people get other opportunities for either work or some gainful activity. The EPWP provides social assets and services that can have transformative impact on development and improve the quality of life in communities. It promotes community participation. the increased emphasis on participatory approaches and the use of non-profit agencies in delivery are helping to build new forms of partnership between government, civil society, and communities. Given the high levels of unemployment in our country and the relative low level of skills, the public employment programs of government are indeed essential in combating poverty and improving the employability of millions of our people. Those who have participated have said some of the skills that they have gained in participating in these programs have stood them in good stead as they have looked for jobs, and some of them have found jobs. So these programs, rather than being derided and being looked down upon, are good platforms and a springboard for many of our people, particularly in the rural areas and in our townships, that enables them to have self-esteem, self-confidence, and be able to benefit from opportunities that may come their way. Thank you.
The Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy President, for that elaborate response to a very important issue in our society. Whilst we don't take this program for granted, many families have qualitatively changed their lives for the better. Towards further enhancing of the Extended Public Works Program impact in improving our people's lives for the better, how does government seek to promote collaboration of a similar nature in other departments of government and state-owned entities? I thank you, sir.
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The lessons that we have learned in the EPWP rollout program have truly been invaluable. And the evaluation process that we've gone through in terms of assessing its impact and its effectiveness has really yielded really good lessons for us. It has also shown that what we have learned in this Public Works Department program can actually be expanded to other departments. And indeed, other departments like the Environmental Department or Ministry also participates in this. There is a program that deals with working for water, where a number of our people, particularly in the rural areas, are drawn into these programs and are able to gain jobs, useful economic activity, that is, get an income, but also work in their own areas and environments with regards to taking out invasive plants and being connected to the environment. And in a number of areas, the Social Welfare Department has also embraced this type of activity with regards to getting people to work in communities and caring for others in our communities. And a number of community workers have actually been created and generated through this very program. So this program should never be seen as a standalone silo type of program. It is a program that is expandable. And indeed, it is being expanded in a number of areas, and state-owned enterprises can also benefit in this as state-owned enterprises also roll out with regard to procurement and engage a number of other entities or our people who are organized in communities. The cooperative movement is also participating in this process, and therefore the hands and the arms of this program can be quite widespread as to be able to engage our people economically in gainful activity. So this program, and let's say that a number of governments around the world do embark on public employment programs. But in our country, we have really charted a new path, And many countries in the world are coming here to learn how we have implemented this type of program. In many ways, our implementation of public works has become world-class because it has spread out through various communities, and it now involves not only building roads and digging trenches and closing them, it is actually involved in doing meaningful work in improving and building our communities. Thank you.
The Honorable Machobeni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We hold a strong view that the expanded public works campaign has not necessarily impacted much on the lives of the poor people of our country, especially in terms of job creation, poverty alleviation, and addressing inequalities. But if the Deputy President holds a different view on this matter, can you please provide us with the details of such impact, addressing specific challenge mentioned here, e.g. poverty? I thank you.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. What I have been outlining in regards to the impact of this program is not a thumbsuck. It's not something that I have dreamt up. An independent evaluation process was embarked upon by independent people, and they have evaluated the impact of our expanded public works program. And those who have evaluated it have said that South Africa has a number of lessons to teach many other countries in the world with regards to the way we have gone about implementing our public works program. And when the government says we are going to create 6 million work opportunities up to 2019, this is not a pipe dream. In the past administration, we were able to create millions of job opportunities. And admittedly, these are not permanent jobs. They are not permanent jobs, they are job opportunities, and they are not sort of full-time jobs for the whole year. They do tend to occupy our people for a number of months in the year, and those who participate in these opportunities, and a number of them have been interviewed, a number of them have on record, either on paper, on radio, on TV, have said these programs have been life-changing in as far as they are concerned. And with regard to the way they have gained, they say they have enabled them to either be prepared for jobs, for job opportunities, full-time job opportunities. They have given them an income where an income did not exist in the past, and they have lifted their own self-esteem. Now, these are important gains, which we should never look down upon. We should never just dismiss them out of hand. These programs are making an impact. There is a temptation in our country to look at everything that, say, the government is doing very negatively, and this is one of those programs that is clearly making a direct impact on poor people, people who have nothing, people who have no jobs, and people who are living under very difficult conditions. Those people who have participated in these programs speak highly of the EPWP program, and indeed, the issue of reducing inequality is a huge challenge for all of us as South Africans, and what is pleasing is that the government of the Republic is working continuously to reduce inequality, unemployment, and also poverty in our country. The various steps that have been taken by the government of the Republic of South Africa are aimed at improving the lives of our people. And EPWP has been doing precisely that, and it has touched many lives. And in the next 5 years, it intends to touch 6 million lives. Thank you.
The Honorable Sitole.
Mama Somlomo, siyabonga ma. Honorable Deputy President, have all 278 of municipalities now reach the criteria of eligibility grant funding in respect of EPW rollout projects? And how do we prevent municipality from using EPWP mark funds to day-to-day municipality expenses and maintenance projects? In respect of vision of NDP, particularly in transforming society and uniting the country, as a leader of government business, how do you ensure that the people are not being employed just by showing ruling parties' membership cards?
The Honorable Deputy President.
I'm not aware that municipalities will be using their grants for EPWP work for various other municipal expenses or projects or programs. My information is that the funds that are deployed for EPWP work are clearly targeted, and they are meant to focus on those projects and people who are employed or engaged in EPWP programs have a targeted budget and targeted projects. How are we going to make sure that in relation to, say, NDP, we're not using these to foster party political purposes or projects? Clearly, that has never been the intention of EPWP programs or projects. They are meant to benefit the mass of our people wherever they are implemented. Party political affiliation should never really and is never really the determinant of whether one participates or not. They are meant for our people as a whole, and that is why they are having such a wonderful impact. Thank you.
The Honorable George.
Thank you, Chairperson. By the end of this year, the government's wage bill for the country's nearly 1 million civil servants will amount to 439 billion rand, or about 39% of total non-interest government expenditure. This is far higher than last year's average of 22% for other emerging markets. With the country's struggling economic growth figures and with cuts to public expenditure unavoidable and in fact necessary over the next year, how will government adjust spending on the EPWP to focus on facilitating a more open economic environment that can create and sustain real jobs and not just job opportunities? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
The budget that is presented to Parliament by the Minister of Finance, if the Honourable Member has checked out, does include a clearly set out amount for EPWP programs. And EPWP programs should never be seen as impeding the government's ability to spend money or to embark on other programs. And we all agree that the challenge of unemployment is a challenge that faces all of us. It faces government, it faces communities, it faces the private sector, and all role players in our economy are called upon to play their role in making sure that there is job creation. And job creation is not the exclusive terrain of either government or the private sector or communities. All of us need to play a key role. So I'm not aware that EPWP programs or budgeted amounts actually impede the creation of jobs. And in fact, that is not the case. We are committed to creating jobs. We are committed to engaging our people in economic activity, and some of that activity will be through public works programs, and some will be through proper full-time job creation. And we are going to be doing precisely that, and that is the economic thrust that we have as a government. Thank you.
The last question has been asked by the Honorable Tlowama, and I now call upon the Honorable Deputy President.
Members of the executive are collectively and individually accountable to Parliament. That is beyond any debate. And this is both in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. I regularly report to Cabinet on the status of questions that are submitted to members of the Executive. This is part of Cabinet's collective commitment to ensure that members of the Executive fulfill their responsibility to account to Parliament. The attendance or absence of members of the Executive in National Assembly plenaries are a matter of public record, and such records can be obtained by the honourable member. To my knowledge, the members of the Executive are fulfilling their obligations to respond to questions in the National Assembly. If the honourable member has information about any member of the Executive who are not doing so, I would be grateful if those can be forwarded. Thank you.
The Honorable Tlowama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Deputy President. Your words are encouraging. I hope all honorable ministers will apply a stoic and Spartan habits with a visionary intelligence and know that they occupy positions of responsibility at a very critical time of our young democracy. Therefore, serve with an attitude of generosity and know that being a minister is not a status or victory of some sort, but the servant of the people.
Honorable Deputy President.
I can give assurance that all members of the Executive that I have the privilege of serving with do not see themselves as occupying those positions as of right. They see themselves as servants of the people. They are there because they did not necessarily wish to be there. They were appointed to be servants of the people. They were appointed to work for our people. And I'm glad to say, since I have joined this Executive, having come from the private sector, I have found a great deal of commitment amongst my colleagues on the Executive. I have found that they work extremely hard. They are totally committed to their tasks. And I've also found that they are smart. They know what they are talking about. They know their work. And they were put there because they are well endowed with knowledge, with commitment, and they know their job. Thank you.
The Honorable Nkomo.
Thank you. Thank you to yourself, Madam. May I first start my question by asking the Deputy President, or basically making a statement on the statement between the Deputy President and the leaders of political parties yesterday. I do note that on point 6 on the first page, the statement actually states that is to reaffirm the principle of executive accountability and that all members of the executive are to appear before Parliament as required by the rules. My question to the Deputy President, what would the Deputy President, as leader of government business, deem as an appropriate parliamentary censure or sanction for a minister who, in terms of Rule 109 of the Rules of the National Assembly, misses out on parliamentary question sessions without having any reasonable reason for so doing? Would the Deputy President deem it appropriate for a public name and shame censure in this instance?
Honorable Deputy President.
The issues that were covered in the statement that was released yesterday were an attempt and let me say and underline an attempt at addressing some of the challenges that this House faces. It was an attempt, and the extent to which that attempt will have succeeded to address this clearly will be seen either later this afternoon or in time to come. And I had thought that it was a real serious attempt, an attempt that was applauded by many of our people who don't sit in this House, many of the people who also sit in this House, and they felt that for once an incredible window had been opened for this House to regain its stature, to regain its standing amongst our people as a House that can be respected and a House that makes the laws of our country. And I think that position is in balance this afternoon. It is in balance because it is possible that we may not all have been totally committed to going through with that position. And it fills me with a great deal of regret that, having had the great opportunity of meeting the leaders of our people as represented in Parliament, we now face a situation where we're going to erase this wonderful development which was so well applauded by our people. And I think that is a great pity. Coming back, Madam Speaker, I'm required to stand here and answer questions. I'm not engaging in a debate. And if this is precisely what we sought to address yesterday, that members of the executive ought to be given an opportunity to answer questions, and they must do so. And they must do so in a climate that enables them to answer questions. Now, if this very type of behavior immediately goes against precisely what we were talking about yesterday, what it means is that what we struck yesterday does not hold. It doesn't hold, and if I was engaged in a debate, I would have understood that, yes, there can be heckling and interjections. I have been asked to come here and answer questions. And if I am going to be impeded, Madam Speaker, to answer those questions, then what is the point of having me here to answer the questions? So all I'm saying is, much as I'm prepared to answer questions, and indeed, my other cabinet colleagues are prepared to come and answer questions, and those who disagree, and indeed, people will always disagree. We will never agree on anything. But those who disagree should then have the opportunity to say, I disagree, rather than impede the one who is supposed to answer questions to answer questions. And I think,
Honourable Speaker,
that should be the accepted rule and the accepted way of engaging
Honourable
and answering
Mulder,
questions.
excuse me, Deputy President, is that a point of order?
it's a point of order, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
What is I'm not the Deputy Speaker.
My apology, ma'am.
It's not the first time. What is the point of order, Honourable Mulder?
Honourable Speaker, it's the first time that I made that mistake.
Okay.
Honourable Speaker, I hear what the Honourable Deputy President is saying. And the Honourable Deputy President says he should be allowed the time to answer the questions. But that's exactly the problem. The question put to the Honourable Deputy President now, and a follow-up question was, what is the correct sanction that he proposes in terms of Rule
Honorable
109?
Mulder, that's
If
not a
members-
point of
no,
order.
ma'am, no, ma'am. It's a valid point of order.
No.
That was the question. The Honourable Deputy President did not answer that question.
Honorable Mulder, that's not a point of order. The Honorable Maimane.
Ke a leboga. Deputy President, I think you and I can agree that the spirit of what came out yesterday says that we want to affirm the Constitution, we want to affirm the rules of this House, and emanating from the rules of this House is the conversation about accountability. How is that when you ask for accountability going against the very agreement we entered into? So the question here is that on the 20th of June, President Jacob Zuma made it quite clear that he was entering into
Order,
No, I haven't
honorable
seen it.
members.
a culture of accountability, he says. The question that was asked by Honorable Ngom must not be changed. What sanctions must be in place when ministers refuse to arrive? And furthermore, this is the key question. The performance management system or the performance contracts that we hear about have been kept secret. So we don't know if in the secret document that is there that says ministers must appear so often, they are required to be here, not asked. They must be here. It's the same for the president. What sanctions must be in place, and do they break their performance contract is the question. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, before I was interrupted, I was on my way to answering that question. Now I was stopped from answering the question. If the honorable members still want me to answer the question,
Please
my
proceed,
answer-
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you
I didn't
for-
realize you hadn't finished.
I hadn't finished. Thank you for protecting me.
You are protected, Honorable DP.
The issue of the censure that can be applied. Now, the issue is, I report regularly, as I indicated, to Cabinet about both the attendance and the answering of questions by ministers to Cabinet, and I do it every time when Cabinet meets. And I have, through the records that I pick up here, I have seen that there's been a great deal of adherence and indeed improvement with regard to ministers living up to the tasks that they are meant to live up to in answering questions, both written questions and oral questions. Now, if ministers are to slack on that, I am going to be the very first to notice it. And the processes that we go through at the Cabinet level are that those ministers indeed will be accountable first to the Cabinet as a whole, indeed to the President, and of course, lastly, they are accountable to this body. And I have not seen a need at this stage for any censure that needs to be applied against any of our ministers. Our ministers have been doing a good job, so I have not seen any censure.
Honorable Deputy President, I don't know whether you have dealt also with the issues raised by Honorable Maimane.
If that was a question that Honorable Maimane was raising, it was more of a statement than a question. And he was referring more to the would-be agreement that was arrived at yesterday, which we all announced, and an agreement that, in my view, is about to lie in tatters because of what is unfolding now. So it was more of a statement than a question. Thank you.
The Honorable Cartel, Honorable, is it Cartel or Carter?
Can I make a point of order?
What's the point of order, Honorable
My
Maimane?
question also pertained to performance contracts by ministers. Not the contract only from yesterday, the performance contracts, because they are not made public, was my question. And how we effect accountability is the question, if I can help.
Honorable Deputy President, do you want to address the issue of the performance?
The performance contracts that ministers entered into between the president and the ministers. And those contracts are signed by the president and the ministers. And in the end, much of what is set out there is set out in the strategic plans of the departments that the ministers oversee. So all that is out there in the open to be seen by everybody. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Carter of Cope.
It's actually Madisha who, put wrong that thing.
Okay.
May I go
Honorable
on?
Madisha.
Honorable Speaker, you see, the expression to say, I shall do this, and the actual implementation to Deputy President are different. Kindly take it forward and explain to the House that yourself as the actual leader of government business, you will be able to give any attention to ministers supplying answers that are clearly non-answers, delaying responses to questions for weeks on end, and cherry-picking to answer only parts of the question in order that the exercise of accountability is not rendered futile by ministers who are averse to being held accountable. This, I want to say, Mr. Deputy President, we have seen that kind of thing over the past very many months. There is no actual implementation. Very many of them are usually not in the House, and there is this kind of cherry picking that you are talking about. What is it that you are going to do?
Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, the issue of answers or non-answers is a value question, and it really depends on the beholder. And if a question has been asked and an unsatisfactory answer has been given, it behoves on the questioner or that person who asked the question to ask once again for a more direct answer. So that is what I can say to the honorable member, if that will be of any value to the honorable member. The issue of delaying, it may sound or seem like people delay, but quite often ministers, in between many of the other things that they do, also have to gather information, and some of the questions are quite intricate, and they involve having ministers to get the information that has to be provided by their officials. And I have found, to be quite honest, I have found that this does take time. And I would not want Honorable Madisha to think that ministers are running away from answering questions. Quite often, they are actually getting answers and getting the facts so that they can provide correct answers. What I can say is that I have seen many of our ministers, if not all, truly at work, committed to answering questions, and I see it in the records that I evaluate on an ongoing basis. They are a bunch of people, a group of people, a collective of people who are really working hard to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that concludes questions to the Deputy President. And I thank the Honorable, the Deputy President. We now come to questions to ministers in the governance cluster. The Secretary will, actually, the next item is indeed these questions addressed to ministers in the governance cluster. Question number 424 has been asked by the Honorable A.M. Mudau to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. The response is the following. The Department has supported the establishment of Municipal Public Accounts Committees, or MPACs as they're called, constituted by councillors in the majority of municipalities. The primary purpose of MPACs as an oversight committee of council is to ensure that issues raised by the Auditor General are being addressed by the executive committees, mayoral committees, and the management of municipalities. The Association of Public Accounts Committees conduct training, workshops, seminars periodically with members of MPAC in order to build their capability and also to share experiences on the political responsibilities from the perspective of the kind of structures like SCOPA in Parliament and in provincial legislatures. Capacity building programs for councillors are conducted by the department in partnership with SALGA, the National Treasury, the relevant CETA, regarding the oversight responsibilities of councillors on financial matters. In collaboration with these stakeholders, an induction program will be developed for incoming councillors after the 2016 municipal elections. Thank you.
The Honorable Mudau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank Minister on the answer that he given to us, and also to say to Minister, if this can happen, the South Africa will move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Clearly, there's no question there. Honorable Ntwanambi. Honorable Godi. Is Honorable Godi not around?
No, Speaker, No, I had not made any request to speak.
Okay. Okay, Honorable Godi, your name is here, but we will pass, no problem. Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Minister, thank you very much for your response. Just two quick issues. The issue of political leadership is very important, particularly because councillors, by and large, want to flout the rules and the regulations put in place, particularly when it comes to tendering. And just last week, the NCOP was told that by one of the SALGA representatives that the officials are finding themselves increasingly under pressure because councillors want them to bypass the rules. So the capacity that you're speaking about needs to be extended to the fact that we must follow the rules. So what actions will be taken in ensuring that the rules are followed? And secondly, we need to also look at the issue of investigating tenders which have not been duly awarded, because it is there where corruption takes place the most, and at the forefront of this corruption is councillors who do not want to play by the rules of the game because they've got other agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. One can't but agree with my colleague that political leadership is important, that there is, in many municipalities, this tension between political office bearers and the administration. But, you know, doing the right thing in life is a tough mission. And most people will be tempted by one or other reason to do the wrong things, as we constantly see around us. And so what we require are the appropriate enforcement mechanisms. If we make people literally scared that there's a serious risk of them being caught doing the wrong thing, they'll stop doing the wrong thing. So enforcement is the key area that we are focusing on, and there are various methods that we're trying to put in place to ensure that detection happens and happens faster, but secondly, that enforcement takes place in the right kind of way. On investigating tenders, this is a responsibility that I co-share with the Minister of Finance, so we need further discussions on this. But clearly we need to move in the direction that Gauteng is already doing, but which we also talked about in our budget vote earlier in the year. Greater transparency, involvement of the public, greater public scrutiny on the one hand. On the other hand, currently we are putting together all of the forensic reports that are available of investigations done in municipalities to understand what are the trends and what are the actions that could be taken in order not to have a repetition of some of these problems. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. On my list next, I have Honorable Muteka.
Thanks, Chairperson. My question to the Minister is, service delivery is a serious challenge, as we have witnessed in the past few years through service delivery protests, and yet the AG report indicates that the councillors are not performing their oversight functions. What specific programs do you have to empower the councillors to understand their role and functions? How will such programs translate into addressing service delivery challenges? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
The impact system is more about financial accountability and ensuring that even if you have executive mayors and a mayoral council, that they become responsible, pretty much like the executive here, to their other councillors and the structures in council and account for what they've done or what they've not done. On the question of service delivery, not every service delivery protest at the moment, from our analysis, is actually a genuine service delivery protest. There are genuine ones. There are also some that are the result of political agitation of one kind or another, or all sorts of other phenomena that actually take place on the ground. But the key, of course, to removing service delivery issues is to deliver the services and to make sure that municipalities operate with greater efficiency, that national departments and provincial departments synchronize their work with municipalities, and that particularly in the weaker municipalities, we supply them with the right kind of capability, or they build the right kind of capability. But above all, what we require in South Africa is a greater ability to listen to what people say, understand what their issues are, and respond to them as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next one to ask a supplementary question is Honorable Milham.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Milam. Chairperson, my question to the Minister is as follows. Minister, the greatest tool voters have to hold their councillors accountable when they do not perform their functions is to vote them out of office. What steps will you take to ensure that after the 2016 election, when political parties lose elections, they relinquish power and do not obstruct the democratic process? And more specifically, will you assist the Western Cape MEC to resolve the crisis in Oudtshoorn municipality, where the ANC-led coalition refuses to relinquish control of the municipality to the democratically elected DA-led coalition, which has a majority but is being prevented from governing?
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, Honorable Milaham, on the question of the Western Cape, that is a matter that we are in discussion with the MEC, and I'm hoping sooner than later we'll find some solutions to that issue. On the question of voters and voting people out, we are 20 years into democracy. By 2016, we'll be 22 years into democracy. And until now, nobody who's been voted out, except with one particular set of incidents in one province, have people stuck to their seats. So I hope that the opposition isn't considering this as another tactic in order to disrupt democracy at some stage or the other.
Thank you very much. Olandelayo, Mhlonishwa Kubisa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, it was reported in the Auditor General's report that more than 500 million was spent wasted on tenders that were given to families of councillors and councillors themselves and their friends. And this is really a way of defrauding municipalities. What has the department done to ensure that money, the government fiscus, is secured?
Well, Honorable Kubisa, that's a long battle, but both the Treasury and ourselves are very determined to make sure, as I said earlier on, to introduce greater transparency in the tendering system, introduce greater integrity in the tendering system, and ensure that both councillors and officials on the one hand, but also people from the private sector on the other hand, obey the rules. In terms of recovery of monies, that depends on specific circumstances as to what goes on, and where appropriate, we'll even litigate in order to recover money. There are instances where we are considering, as we indicated in several addresses to this chamber, where we want to consider asset forfeiture as one example, instead of going through long prosecution processes, as a way of sending out a message to this kind of constituency that they should not carry on with this kind of conduct.
Thank you, Minister. Before that is the end of the supplementary questions, and before I go on, let's just remind ourselves that there will only be 4 supplementary questions per question, and then 1 minute to the person asking the question and 3 minutes to the response. That is just a reminder to all of us. I now ask the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to answer question 441 as asked by Honorable Hlengwa.
Honorable Schlengwa, the province has informed us that the MEC has approved a Section 106 investigation regarding the allegations of corruption and financial mismanagement leveled against the Zululand District Municipality by the ANC Youth League. The province is finalizing the appointment of a service provider to investigate the matter. But in more general terms, I think it's important for all of us to agree that on certain principles, and amongst them is that no public funds should be used for party political purposes. However, we know that making that principle work in real terms has its challenges, so the practice is quite different from the principle. But we also know that there aren't many angels around in respect of this question as well. So hopefully offline we can, once we have more information from the MEC, make that available to you.
Thank you. Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Thanks, Minister, and it's good news that an investigation is being done. I know that others are going to follow in the questions and say it's 13 years of clean audits and so on. I just want to say up front, those were 13 years of IFP good governance. Honorable Minister, the President in his nation address was on that podium and listed this municipality as one of the best 11 performing municipalities. Now, the question, the problem I have, that in light of this, whether we are not setting a precedent of giving people, glowing accolades in the midst of problems, because just this financial year, the municipality in question has regressed even on complying with legislation, and there was an unqualified audit with matters. So, Minister, the question then is that what is being done to make sure that we give people credit where it's due, as opposed to petty politicking on the podiums of this House? Because of the municipalities
Thank you very much. Your 1 minute has expired.
Findings.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Schlengwa, we've said very frequently that the audit result is not a comprehensive report card. that a lot more factors need to be taken into account, whether you are in touch with the community, whether you are responsive to the community, whether you attend to problems as a matter of urgency, whether you have proper planning processes, whether you've appointed the right people in the municipality, and I can go on with that list. So we agree with you fully that when we're talking about municipal performance, whether this one or any other, there should be a comprehensive set of indicators. Now, at the moment in COCTA, we are developing and have developed some of those indicators. We are developing a mechanism to monitor every single municipality in accordance with those indicators. And we are going to, by early next year, be able to intervene where we can proactively or in a relatively short period of time see wrong things being actually done. So that's our intent. We hope we can actually pull it off because we're talking about 278 entities which each have their own complexities as well. But be assured that we are not in the process, particularly because of budget constraints, to hand out bouquets when they're not due.
Thank you very much. Olandelayo, Mhlonishwa Banga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, will you do things right from your office first by introducing legislation and regulatory reforms specifically aimed at preventing municipalities and councillors from spending taxpayers' money for political party election campaign? If not, why not? If so, what are they? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Now, I think we do have comprehensive legislation. We have the PFMA and we have the MFMA. We have SCOPA and its equivalents here in the provinces and elsewhere. We have MPACs. So I don't think there's a shortage of legislation. There's a shortage of integrity in the political system. And that is applied to all parties. It's not reserved for any particular party. There's no holier than thou standing that anyone here can actually take. And we have evidence of that, which we will disclose when it is the right time, Mr. Banga. So the issue is, how do we ensure just exactly what we've been talking about with the Deputy President? How do we ensure effective accountability? How do we ensure effective transparency? And how do we ensure effective vigilance? If we get that right, we'll be able to restrain these malpractices.
Stogoze, Ngongosha, Olandelayo, Honorable Member, please. Honorable Mabi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Minister, as we move towards local government elections, this platform will be used and it will also be abused by those who do not have constituencies, but mostly by those who are seriously craving for power to spread misinformation, propaganda, and in the main try and discredit municipalities that are led by the African National Congress. Does the Office of the Minister have a plan or a strategy to deal with such unfounded allegations? All I can say is that the Minister should not lose focus, and good luck.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, may I thank the Honourable Member for the good luck. I think all of us need the good luck to make sure that we can make democracy work in South Africa. I suppose, as many would say, what we are engaging in is part of robust politics. But even in robust politics, there has to be integrity and honesty. Even in robust politics, there has to be some element of dignity and respect. Even in robust politics, there has to be some account for facts that matter, and not just fiction that we cook up every now and again. And you're absolutely right, Honourable Member, that we have all been witnesses to repeated phenomena of smearing of one kind or another. And that actually shows us the shallowness of the politics of some of the debates that we actually have going on in this House. And that's what the Deputy President is talking about. That do we want to actually show this country that after all the money all of us consume in our salaries, the only product we can give them is the kind of viciousness with which we attack each other and smear each other. That's a poor show.
Mthokoze, mhlonishwa. Olandelayo, mhlonishwa Khatha.
Thank you, Chair. Well, firstly, thank you for most of my question is answered, but taking into consideration the recent spending of the council funds for party political reasons, but not only party political reasons, we've also seen incidents like in Msunduzi where millions went into private soccer teams. Would it not be an answer for us to look at appointing an independent baggage-free ombudsman in municipalities to try and assist and bring in hefty penalties, including dismissal from office, etc.? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Carter. I think that's the kind of innovation or creativity we're going to require from members who are genuinely interested in promoting the development of democratic institutions and democratic practices. Nobody here has all the answers. And if we fool ourselves or try to fool the public that we have all of the answers, we're really living in a dream world. So we do pay the Auditor General millions of rands to undertake audits. And those audits find their way into this House and the various substructures of this House. So all I can do at this point in time is to take your idea as one contribution as to how we bring about greater restraint on abuse of public funds, and invite other members as well to generate more ideas. And early in the new year, let's look at what we can do in addition to whatever we're doing now. Thank you very much.
Sithokoze mnumzana lo bokumbuzo wokugcina kuloyo yokugcwalisela. We now go to question number 445, as asked by Honorable Filtani to the Minister of Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Minister.
My colleagues say I'm working for my money. There's no doubt, Honorable Sultane, that there's a direct link between the amount of revenue that a municipality can generate in its own right and the kind of economic base and the kind of economic diversity that it actually enjoys, and also on its ability to actually exploit or rather fulfill the economic potential that we have in different parts of South Africa. It's for this reason that one of the non-negotiables, so to speak, that we indicated in our budget vote is precisely that we want to create a culture of entrepreneurialism amongst our municipalities so that they can look for innovative opportunities in their own areas and not repeatedly go to the finance ministry or anybody else and say, I want more money. It's with this in mind that 27 rural districts have been prioritized by government to create jobs, to create sustainable livelihoods. And this is informed by the high levels of poverty and unemployment, particularly in the rural and smaller municipalities that we have in South Africa. But there's three areas that these interventions can fall under. The first is the one I've indicated, the back to basics approach, which says that municipalities must perform their basic functions well, but also take responsibility, demonstrate leadership to actually ensure that they exploit or explore the economic potential of the area that they live in. The second is we have many different local economic development policy frameworks and different departments that can actually ensure that they give assistance to municipalities. For example, in diversification of their local economic base, developing skills to support local economic development, strengthening local economic governance, enabling enterprise development, which our ministry under Minister Zulu would be able to help as well. And the third area is intergovernmental collaboration. And this is basically saying that where municipalities have difficulties, either a district government or a provincial government or the national government can actually assist. There are examples of this in OR Tambo District Municipality, Joe Kabi, and several others as well. But the final message that I believe is the crucial one is that local initiative, local leadership, local innovation, and local collaboration is what is required to widen the economic base, create more opportunities for economic activity and jobs, and thereby generate more revenue for those municipalities and the skills that are required to do that.
Thank you. Honorable Filtani.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your detailed response to my question. But what I'm picking up from your response, Honorable Minister, is that, as we all know, that local government has been around since 2000 December, year 2000 December. With specific regard to the smaller municipalities and rural ones, there does not appear to be any steady, productive plan to actually make them to produce their own revenue. They always depend on these intergovernmental relations more than anything else. No rates are collected. Salga's plans are nothing but talk shows. There's no rentable infrastructure which they can rent out to people so that they can run businesses from which they could then collect, some taxes. They are not able to tap into their natural endowments, rivers that run through those towns and municipalities. They just do not have the money to develop an infrastructure to tap into those natural endowments. So
Thank you
your
very
response
much.
today is
Your
still not
minute has
convincing.
long
Thank you.
expired. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
I don't expect you to be convinced, Honourable Member, because this is a tough job that we have and one that will take a long time, given exactly what you said, that municipalities are 14 years young, whereas our democracy is just over 20 years young. So I certainly take your point that there is a reliance on intergovernmental transfer of funds. I certainly take your point that more needs to be done. And amongst the things that we are certainly putting into the pipeline is firstly a different kind of relationship between local municipalities in these areas and districts, where the real high-level technical capability lies at the district level, because each of these small municipalities are not able to acquire the right local economic development expert or a planning expert and so on. So I think in the next 6 months, you'll begin to see some results in some of the districts. We are also going to reconfigure the powers between the local municipalities and districts differently, so that districts can play a more empowering and supportive role than they currently do. And of course, you and I need to befriend the Minister of Finance to see whether the 9% that is in the equitable share for municipalities can be changed. But a further area that we are exploring at the moment is to look at redrawing some of the boundaries of those municipalities that can't manage, and whether the redrawing of their outer boundaries would actually assist in making them more sustainable. So those are some of the initiatives, and I hope that helps to convince you that we do have some ideas in this regard.
The next supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Banga.
Thank you, Chairperson. The city of Tshwane is owed more than 6.6 billion in unpaid bills and subsequently made the decision to start disconnecting government departments, embassies, schools, businesses, and private residents from municipal services. Do you support the action whereby municipalities cut services to government departments, private individuals, in reaction to non-payment of municipal services? If not, why not? And what is your position in this regard?
One of the challenges that, whether it's Tshwane or some of the other bigger municipalities face, is whether there's accurate bills that are being communicated to either departments or businesses or private individuals. So in principle, debt collection is a very important part of ensuring that you run a good business. You can't just give services without services being paid for. So debt has to be collected. Secondly, all municipalities must have effective debt collection machineries within the municipality. There are too many municipalities that outsource this function and pay huge amounts of commission to others who actually collect debt on their behalf. We're absolutely justified. Of course, cuts are necessary, and they are a way of actually ensuring that the recipient of the service now meets the bills that are actually required. However, what we also require within, for example, government departments is a slightly different approach. At the moment, they say, we've got the wrong bill. For example, 100,000 bill, where your normal bill is 10,000 rands. You're not going to pay 100,000 rands. So we need to find a way in which there's proper negotiations between the municipality and their client, so that even a part payment is made in the right direction until the aberration is actually resolved. So Tshwane is moving in the right direction. They must just make sure that they have the right case for the things that they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Umbuzo olandelayo uzobuzwa umhlonishwa uDlamini Dubaza.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, can small and rural municipality be able to financially expand and improve their revenue base within these 20 years of a democratic South Africa, while the country itself is still healing on a 350 years of colonization and apartheid system? I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honourable Member, as I indicated earlier on, yes, it is possible to do it, but not always realistic to do it in the immediate term. And the factors that you mentioned, the historical factors, are definitely constraints in many parts of the country, and we all need to be very realistic about it. At the same time, as I indicated earlier, and Honourable Fultane indicated as well, there is untapped potential in this country. And what we require are entrepreneurial leaders in municipalities with the right kind of integrity, who have the public interest at heart, and who are able to command the resources and the technical assistance required to tap into the potential that is available so that the area can benefit.
Thank you. The last question is from Honorable Lowe.
Yeah.
Honorable Member, are you Honorable Lowe?
I'm sitting on a chair, sir. Madam.
Oh, okay, because
Thank
it's the EFF, I will allow you.
Thank you.
That Ms. Lowe is from the EFF.
Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Minister, self-sufficiency in municipalities is contingent upon a vibrant local population with capabilities to capture opportunities for social advancement that government should ideally provide. In our country's case, though, we have no shortage of vibrant and capable citizens. We have a local government sphere of government that is fraught with problems, chief among which is the lack of comprehension of a major developmental role that local government can play. What is the minister doing to transform local government from merely being a service delivery arm of government to being a developmental catalyst for local government, for local economies? Admittedly, the current LED framework is not working. I thank you.
Minister?
Well, Honourable Member, this Minister had the privilege to be part of the process of introducing developmental local government in Chapter 7 of the Constitution. So at least we've set the ambition right. The second is to ensure, as we've indicated repeatedly, but now more concretely in the back to basics approach, that we need to find every way to listen to people, change their living conditions, stop the miserable conditions in which we live in many areas of this country, and above all, get the right kind of responsible leadership in the municipal terrain. But as the Honourable Member knows, one of the challenges that we face is that political contestation amongst us at a local level sometimes is resulting, and there are many colleagues here who can give you examples of that, sometimes results in that contestation resulting in damage to infrastructure, deliberate damage to infrastructure. And then we say, see, that water is not reaching place X, or that sanitation system is not working, or that purification plant is not working. So we have a culture developing in parts of the country, both within municipalities, but also amongst political contestants, which says we are justified in damaging infrastructure in which millions of rands has been invested, and which infrastructure is actually crucial to play that developmental role and provide the services that are required for either short-term political gain or short-term financial gain. So we damage the water pipes in order that business goes to people who actually run water tankers, and they can then make a lot of money by supplying water. I think all of us, or many of us in this House, are aware of this phenomena, and that's the culture that we need to get rid of if we're going to move in the right developmental direction. But thank you for the points you make.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now move on to question 426, asked by Honorable E.M. Tetwa to the Minister of Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Minister.
The question by Honourable Mtetwa is with reference to the back-to-basics approach. Recognizing the widely divergent levels of performance between different categories of municipalities, the Department of Cooperative Governance undertook a municipal profiling exercise, as I indicated earlier, during June and July 2014. Let me let this prisoner out. assessing the performance of all municipalities in the country in the areas of services, public engagement, good governance, financial management, and technical capacity. The results of the municipal profiling exercise showed that just over a third of all municipalities are performing their functions well, a third not so well, and a third performing them poorly. The key pillars of the back to basics approach, colleagues, is putting people first and their concerns first, as I've said on several occasions today, and ensure constant contact with the communities through effective public participation platforms. This is the essence of the back to basics approach. Create conditions, secondly, for decent living by consistently delivering municipal services. Thirdly, ensuring good governance and the spending of public funds in a prudent and appropriate way. Fourthly, ensuring sound financial management. And fifth, sound institutional and administrative capabilities being built up in municipalities themselves. The department is now implementing the back to basics approach in the following way. Firstly, we have 9 provincial task teams involving both the provinces, ourselves as COCTA, and other departments that are involved in service delivery. Secondly, each province is launching the back to basics approach. Thirdly, each municipality will adopt the program and fashion it in a way in which it applies to that particular municipality. And if you combine this with the monitoring mechanism I talked about earlier on, we're developing some machinery that will take us beyond where we are. Clearly, our priorities in the coming period must be that dysfunctional municipalities have to be made far more functional, and that in doing so, we will at least place all municipalities on a better footing than we have them this year. When will we achieve all of this? Well, we'll make a start. We have made a start now, and certainly in the first half of next year, most municipalities will feel the impact of the back to basics approach, but we realize that this requires hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I just want to know if in your back to basics program, is there any way that you can link the very same document and with the presentation you have done yesterday of the IUDF, how these two programs can be linked together?
Minister?
Integrated urban development and back to basics are pretty much linked, because the whole idea in the IUDF is that we transform the local space. We transform the way we plan. We transform and reconceptualize the way in which we locate communities, economic opportunities, and other social services and recreational opportunities. It's about getting better integration between transport planning, housing planning, water planning, and other forms of planning as well. So in the immediate term, we want to solve the crises and some of the challenges that municipalities face. In the medium term, we want to concretely start implementing the IUDF. And one example of this, colleagues and honorable members, is the whole question of South African cities that are sprawling into areas way beyond where services are available, and which becomes a very costly exercise in terms of implementing infrastructure, and one which is unsustainable in the future. Early in the new year, we will be coming back to you to suggest that we actually limit sprawl in our cities. We actually put in place outer boundaries beyond which, if anybody wants to undertake a housing development, for example, then they must pay additional development levies or face some other kind of burden in order to cover for the cost of investment of infrastructure up to that point.
Thank you. The first to ask the supplementary question on my list is Honorable Litchfield Shabalala.
House Chair, she's feeling fluish. I'm taking the question.
Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the Back to Basic program, as you have illustrated, follows a number of other programs that the previous ministers have always proposed and implemented. More recently, what we have seen is that in more municipalities, the problems are no longer the service delivery driven problems, But the problems of these municipalities, in particular those that have been dissolved recently, it has been the problem of the political infighting of the local leadership, which has resulted in municipalities becoming dysfunctional, affecting the administration, and thus affecting the communities. Will you be able to distinguish how maybe you can pursue the program without having to have it affected by the political infighting, in particular in more recently dissolved municipalities?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, we do have the facts about which municipalities are affected by the phenomenon that you described. And by the way, we have ex-pharmacists and ex-doctors on this side to help the member with the flu if she needs any help. But I think the point you make is a very valid one, that there are many municipalities that are affected by political dissension, political factions, and political conflict. We will approach the relevant political parties to say, put in members in those municipalities who are not going to exacerbate that situation, who are going to behave more responsibly, who ensure that they perform their responsibilities in that municipality in a way in which services are actually delivered. We're not going to be shy to point out to every political party that has a hand in this, formally or informally, that they need to do the things that are necessary in order to create a stable environment in municipalities so that they can perform their functions. It's an important point. We're not going to duck it. We will approach it.
Thank you. The next one to ask the question is Honorable Mileham.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, it's interesting to note that all of those municipalities are ANC-run municipalities and all the infighting is in the ANC. But Minister, it's no use having a back-to-basics strategy when it is blatantly clear that incompetence and corruption are rewarded and there are no consequences for poor performance. So I'm going to give you just one example, and I'd like a direct answer to this question. Why was Kotso Frank Kasu appointed to your department as a chief director after it was found by a court that he had not paid back 46 million rand that he owed to Naledi local municipality? And what action are you taking in this regard?
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, Honorable Mileham is in no position to demand anything of me. He can request it if he wants to. He is in no position to demand anything. Let me make that absolutely clear. On the question of Mr. Kasu, we are not little children to be played around with. On the question of Honorable Kasu, he has in fact been suspended as of this week. There's a process we've initiated to gather all the relevant information which concerns both the event that the Honourable Member points out, but others that are outside of the scope as well. And we've given ourselves and him a 30-day period. If we have a sufficient basis in law, and if I could help it, I will dismiss him yesterday. But we have laws in this country, we have a constitution in this country, we have labor laws in this country, which we have to follow, and I will ensure that there is the right due process, and if the person concerned is guilty of all the things alleged, he is out of that department.
Thank you. Sonisha Shlanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, obviously we've stated before that we support your back to basics and we'd want to see a speedy implementation of this program. Just two quick questions, or maybe two in one. Have you identified the municipalities that could be used to benchmark, and whether you've got any plans as part of the back to basics to twin or pair municipalities so that you can be able to migrate best practice between the two municipalities? And if that is the case, which are those municipalities, and when can we start seeing the piloting of such a program to ensure that back to basics comes to life? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schlengwer. Constructive as ever. Have we identified municipalities? I mean, I can name you two, Steve Twede Municipality and Sarah Batman District Municipality. There are others as well. What you will also find is that some municipalities do well in X and others do well in Y. So there are those who perform consistently well in all areas. There are those that do particularly well in some areas. And I think we have enough information about that at this point in time, but there's no reason why we should stop gathering more information if that actually helps us. Secondly, in respect of twinning and exchanging best practice, some of that is done by the department, some of that is done by SELGA, some of that happens informally, but I'm hoping that in the new year we can do that in a more structured way so that we can give mutual assistance in the way in which it will enable municipalities to learn if they want to learn, and if they don't want to learn, then we'll have to force them to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last supplementary question to question number 426. We now move on to question 447, asked by Honorable Mishwe to the Minister of Women in the Presidency. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, we are aware about the intention of the United Nations African Union mission in Darfur, which intends to investigate mass rape of about 200 women in the Tabit area. And as South Africa, we've been in the forefront of fighting various forms of abuse of women, especially in war-torn areas. And we believe that this is going to be our priority as a department. As you know, that as the ANC from the past, we've always been at the forefront of supporting, but also actively contributing towards various protocols and treaties within the United Nations, also in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mishwe.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Minister. To hear that government has been in the forefront fighting abuse of women is something that is pleasant to the ear. But when one looks at the number of rapes even at home, particularly rapes of young children, almost on a daily basis, you hear about the children as young as 3 who are being raped, and we don't hear anything coming out from government. Now, I want to know, how can we be seen to be champions of women, protecting the rights of women and fighting women abuse, when there is silence on the part of government, when children are abused, children are raped, if not by teachers, but by fellow pupils on school grounds? And I think South Africa needs to be a model if we internationally want to be known as leaders in fighting abuse of women. That starting from home, we need to be heard almost on a daily basis whenever rapes are taking place, that this is a crime that cannot and will not be tolerated. So the voice of government is not heard, and what is the minister saying about that?
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Member, I think the key for us as the country, it's not just about the noise. In the country, there has been noises many, many times. Where we are, we need to say, what is it that we are going to do to stop the scourge of violence against women and children? And I don't think it's the responsibility of government alone to be responsible to fight the scourge of violence. And I think that's the mistake we've done in the past, where we hope government should be the only one who makes noise. If one has to refer to my predecessor, she has always been in the forefront, in the noise which you're looking for, but that does not help us. It's time for action, and let me assure you, Honorable Member, as we launch the 16 days on Friday, I hope you're going to participate and support that program fully, and not expect me alone to be screaming and making noise, but to be concretely engaging in programs, going to our communities, going to where this scourge is happening against women and children. And in that way, we'll be able to make a difference. And I want to challenge you as a religious leader. We need you to be at the forefront of these campaigns, because some of the people who are victims of abuse and children dying
are members of the various religious congregations, but we never hear you dealing with those issues within the church. It's high time the church stand up in fighting the scourge of violence in our country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Before I call the next honorable member to ask the supplementary question, honorable members, may I plead with you that you press the button from the seat that you have been allocated. It's really giving me problems here now. Honorable Matlase, are you there? Continue, honorable member. Please,
Yeah.
let's not do that again.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo, ndibonga naku mphathiswa. As much as we sympathize with the Sudanese women who were raped, in South Africa, a woman is sexually assaulted every 4 minutes of every day. What is the minister doing to make sure that the scourge of rape is finally dealt with in our own country? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, this country, over the past 20 years, we've passed various laws which deals with issues of rape, domestic violence, sexual offences act are there, including your Tutuzela centers, which deals with issues of women who have been abused and children. But all those, it's clear that they have not sufficiently dealt with the matters. That is why I'm saying our focus on the 16 days will take a different shape with the hope that all of us in this house will be able to make a difference. Even if I can stand up, honorable member, as a minister, ngikhulume ngiqawule ngimemeze. Kodwa uma singahlangananga siyisizwe silwe lebhubhane eliseyindlini zethu ngoba some of these activities are happening in our own homes. And thina kwesinye isikhathi singomama siyaqhuma sifaka izidwaba siqume amanyala enzakala emzini yethu ngabantwana bethu kakhulukazi bamantombazana. Kumele sime singomama nobaba silwise lesifo ehlasele iningizimu Afrika. Ngeke nje ukuthi ungqongqoshe kube uye yedwa kuphela okwazi ukuyiqeda lenkinga esinayo ngoba isuke emakhaya ethu. Masiqaleni la sihlala khona sivikele ingane zethu zamantombazana kanti nezabafana esezihlukunyezwayo manje. Isikhathi leso kumele siphakame sihlangane siyisizwe silwise le inkinga kanti nazo lezi zinto okuthiwa kuyathwala emakhaya zifuna thina sonke. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga ngqongqoshe. Ngizobiza Honorable Robinson. Your hand was up. Was there something maybe before?
Honourable Chair, Diabulela. The button had been pressed, but I wanted to make sure you noticed me. Of course.
Okay.
Minister, while we sympathise with those Sudanese women, last year there were 29,928 reports of sexual offences against women in South Africa, with only 17% of successful convictions. Rape against women in South Africa is not an epidemic, it's a pandemic. Minister, your department missed 40% of your first quarter targets, and you could not even provide your second quarter report on time. It's no surprise that you were shy with your reporting when you didn't even turn up at that briefing. The development plan, weren't able to give us any information about the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. Minister, how can you manage the scourge of rape when you can't even manage your own department? What action are you going to take?
Honourable Member, thank you. Honourable
Thank
Minister.
you. Thank you very much. This is a department which has been restructured. And I think, Honourable Member, you have to be honest. I'm not a magician. We've got to deal with issues in an honest, realistic way. And Honourable Member, you were the ones who said this department previously has not done anything. And we're relooking at that. I have briefed you What is it that we intend to do? So if in 3 months and 6 months you're judging me having failed, I think you're not honest, honorable member. Because you know, I've come to you, told you that we are busy with restructuring. You know the challenges of capacity in this department. You know the challenges of finances, no resources at all, which we are dealing with. So for this department to succeed, those are some of the issues which we need to put in place. We can't talk about the national strategic plan when we don't even have the adequate and proper resources. So I think you need to help us instead of trying to do point scoring in the House when you know exactly what is the situation. I plead with you, honorable member, if we really want to make change in South Africa, let us be honest instead of coming to the House and politic because we want to please others. Let's do the right thing. You know what are the challenges of this department. And I'm looking forward from you to contribute positively and help us in making sure that we build this department properly for it to make an impact in this country and change the situation of women in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honourable Chairperson,
Honorable Melder.
I rise on a point of order. The Honourable Minister in a reply referred to the member and said, I think the Honourable member is not honest. I suggest it's unparliamentary and I think she should withdraw that.
Okay, can you please, which part? Can I get you clearly?
I don't think it's parliamentary for a member to suggest that another member is not honest.
Okay, I will get advice on that. I'll come back before we finish this session, so that we allow others to continue. The next one, Honorable Tsake.
Oh, thank you very much, House Chair. And Minister, thank you for your response. And the other honorable members, especially of the DA, is using this platform to just score cheap political points. And my follow-up question will relate to the main question that have been asked by Reverend Mishwe. The United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security calls on all states, the UN and peacekeeping operations to give attention to specific protection needs of women in conflict and impunity of war crimes against women and ensure gender perspective in the post-conflict processes, including resettlement and reconstruction, and increase the representation of women at all levels of decision-making in international, regional, and national institutions. In this regard, Minister, how should South Africa contribute to the implementation of this resolution and to ameliorate the impact of armed conflict on women in the region, seeing that we have a responsibility to protect women in conflict-ridden areas on our continent? Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you very much. I just want to say our contribution, not only for women, but also as a country, our deputy president who's active in the Sudan process in trying to find everlasting solution. It also contributes to the benefit of women in making sure that they can find peace, but also be able to live in a country where they will be respected as part of human beings, but also without violation of their rights. So we believe that the role we played in Burundi, in Rwanda, in making sure that the women in various parts of the continent are able to raise their voice, but contribute even towards the shaping of their country. That's the role that South Africa will continue playing, also in Sudan through the deputy president at different stages, but also in making sure that us as women, our voice is heard in freeing those women. I know that as the ANC already, we as the ANC, the women there are meeting with the ANC Women's League and the ANC in finding an everlasting solution to their problems. So there's a lot of dynamic interaction between the women in Sudan in making sure that their lives are bettered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, as regards to the point of order by Honorable Member Melder, it's what I have learned throughout that we have a problem in saying that somebody is lying. And we heard you very well. You were saying that let us be honest, which in others might interpret as saying, when you say let us be honest, it means that people are lying. So for that part, can I ask the minister please just to withdraw that mark?
Thank you, Chairperson. No big deal. If honest in this world has changed in the dictionary,
Honorable
I
Minister,
withdraw.
please. Thank you very much for the withdrawal. We now we move on. That was the last supplementary question. We now move on to question 423, asked by Honorable Mtetwa to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
The question that Honorable Mtetwa asks is, do members of parliament have a role in the implementation of back to basics? Certainly. Let me just quickly cover 5 areas where I think members of parliament, regardless of political party, can contribute. Firstly, in strengthening legislation that will ensure that municipalities do the things that they're supposed to do, both to enable them on the one hand, but regulate them on the other hand. Secondly, in the municipalities themselves and in our constituencies, we can indeed play a non-partisan role in ensuring that municipalities function, that councillors are trained, if we are trained ourselves, or guided in terms of doing the right thing within the kind of governance processes that should prescribe the way in municipalities actually work. Thirdly, in the area of accountability, to call up the municipalities either in the committees of this House or the NCOP and ensure that some of the questions that honourable members are asking are in fact canvassed in those structures as well. Fourth, in undertaking visits directly to municipalities and in areas where people should be enjoying basic services. And that part of oversight, not just sitting in the chamber, is a crucial part because what municipalities do or don't do happens on the ground, not in boardrooms. And whether people are happy or not can be discerned at that level as well. Fifth, in the area of intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance, there's much more to be done both legislatively and in terms of the spirit of work between different spheres of government to ensure that other spheres of government support municipalities and that the right kind of intergovernmental relations operate in relation to planning, in relation to integrated development, in implementing the IUDF, and many other policies that we hold. What we should not do in the political roles that we play, honourable members. Chair, I'm not sure if anybody is listening
Honourable
now.
members, can we please lower our voices? We need answers. Can we get answers, please? Allow the minister to respond.
In respect of the political management of municipalities, I think, Chairperson, with respect, we can't take the view that X political party is the best to run everything in this country, and if they don't have the opportunity democratically to actually run everything in this country, then no one else can run it well, and they then begin to play a destructive role in municipalities. We need, I believe, a new maturity in our political system. If the point Honourable Mtetwa is making, a maturity that actually shows that we can collaborate in the interest of certain public issues and in the interest of the public more generally, that we don't damage directly or indirectly the infrastructure of municipalities, as I indicated earlier, so that we actually use ultimately the people that we say we speak for and represent actually as the victims of our political misbehavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, the time for question has expired, but I will allow follow-up questions to complete this part. Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, this program is a very detailed program. It addresses a number of things. You name it, from legislation, accountability, intergovernmental relationship. So any documentation, Minister, that in your department or a flyer that you may produce, particularly for members of parliament, because they are important for this program, so that they might keep it into their constituency office going forward and understand these issues, because if they don't understand, I can see a lot of implication thereof.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, will certainly try to do what the Honourable Member requests within the limits of our financial capability, but we'll see what we can do.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second one will be Honourable Banga.
Thank you, Chair. Will the Minister take steps to formalize the right of individual members of Parliament to physically enter municipal entities like water purification plants or sewerage plants in order to fulfill their oversight responsibility? If not, why not? If so, how will you do this?
Honourable Minister. Honourable members, can we please allow the Minister to respond? Thank you. Continue.
Chairperson, there are very simple procedures. And the simple procedure is either write a letter, send an email, or make a phone call and say, I'd like to visit you on day X. Are you available to accommodate me? This is what I need to actually know, and make the arrangements to visit an entity. If Honourable Banga has a particular difficulty, please approach me and I'll facilitate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Sengo.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, it seems as if you and I are earning our money today. I just want to go to the broader issue of the role of MPs. I understand what you have said, and I'm in full agreement with the role that you envisage. But on a greater scale, can't we arrive at a point where we concretely consider the issue of constituency-based elections for members of parliament to ensure greater accountability and a more direct role for MPs in local government, particularly when this Financial Slabbered report and all those other issues. So let us look at that so that we do avoid this piecemeal approach whereby MPs have to go via somewhere else, and let us concretely arrive at a point where constituency-based MPs are in this House. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you, Honourable Stengwa. That's beyond my pay grade. So I'll refer your question to the relevant authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Shaikh Keman.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Minister. Could you please advise the processes that you have spoken about in terms of governance and things? What mechanism would you put in place, Honourable Minister, to ensure that all members of Parliament, together with members of the provincial legislature, together with members at the local level, all work together, putting aside their party political affiliation, to ensure that there is service delivery at all given time, and that we represent all the 52 million people in South Africa? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, if one had a magic wand, I would certainly wave it in the interest of that, that objective. But with some honourable members in this House, I am a very realistic chap. I don't think I can ever achieve it at the rate they perform some of their responsibilities in this House. So I think it's a dream worth having. I think it's something that those of us that have goodwill and the public interest at heart should nonetheless continue to build the right kind of relationships, the right kind of values, and the right kind of attitudes towards political cooperation. We're not enemies in this House. We might be contestants for political office, but we're not enemies in this House. And sometimes we can't draw the distinction between the two. And that's why we continuously are running into problems in this House. Enemies want to kill each other. I don't think we want to kill each other. We might differ, we might disagree, we might have different views, we might have different approaches. We don't want to kill each other. And we claim, all of us claim when elections are coming, that we work in the public interest. Where do we constantly forget public interest when it comes to cheap political point scoring? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. And in particular, Honorable Member, you need to cross over to the other side of the House and educate them about what you've said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Order. The time allocated for questions, as said, has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard. We now get to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? Honorable Shaikh.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this House deliberates the serious challenges faced by our citizens in respect of the high crime rate. That the South African Police Services in Integrity, together with the Provincial Department, in a massive raid conducted in Durban, arrested 830 of the most wanted criminals. In light of this great success, this House deliberates on the possibility of declaring 1 week in the South African calendar as a crime-free South Africa week, engage the services of SAPS, SADF, security organization, policing forums, intelligence department, private business, together with members of this House in a joint effort to eradicate crime in South Africa, ensuring a free and safe South Africa for our citizens, I think.
Thank you. Honorable Maseko, first. Maseko first. I have a list.
Abasign Maseko different. Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that this House debate at the next sitting the importance of allocating 1.5% of the GDP to science and technology for research purposes. I so move. Thanks.
Thank you. Followed by Honorable Mabasa.
Chairperson, I move that in the next sitting, the House should debate that cooperatives are appropriate tools, not only in assisting in the creation of wealth, but also in the fair distribution of wealth. All departments and private sector should contribute towards this objective. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the effect of the ANC's legislative agenda in deterring investment, retarding economic growth, and actively destroying jobs, and the effect that this has on the prospect of ever addressing unemployment and poverty. I so move.
Honorable Mundau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to stabilize the labor environment, improving dispute resolution, and shop floor relations. Thank you. I so move.
Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the overcrowding of primary schools in the Ekurhuleni North District.
Honorable Khatebe.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the correlation between the high rates of racist incidences in the Western Cape and the Western Cape premiers scorning of South Africans as foreigners who are coming out of Western Cape. I thank you.
Honorable Boy.
Deputy Speaker, I move for the next sitting of the House to debate the fact that the Cape Metro Police in the Western Cape are not being deployed in the Cape Flats, where the intent of gangsterism and violence is tense.
Honorable Member there.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting,
of the House debates the empowering of people with disability so as to reduce inequality and poverty affecting them. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable member at the back. Order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. EFF move in its next sitting, the House debates the state of the country's agricultural extension services and their importance in driving a comprehensive agrarian reform program. I so move.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I give notice of the next sitting of the House. I shall move as follows. That this House notes that imitation is the best form of flattery. And congratulates the ANC on finally catching up to the Democratic Alliance. This House notes that we look forward to the filibuster. Our Red Bulls are ready and we will be here all night. I so move.
Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate the contribution made by His Excellency President Zuma in the struggle of our people in South Africa and the continent.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the review of regulations and standards for small and medium-sized enterprises. Thank you. I so move.
Honorable Shabalala. Honorable member at the back there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that our brothers and sisters in South Africa won't realize formalization of informal settlement under the ANC government. So I move.
Honorable member at the back there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I wish to propose that at its next sitting, the House discuss the critical need for a developmental prize to radically transform our economy and promote manufacturing and job creation. Further, what measures should be developed and put in place to encourage support from all stakeholders in the interest of growing an inclusive economy and concretizing the vision of the National Development Plan. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Honorable Member. The member behind.
Honorables.
Give her an opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate the negative impact of rating agencies on the South African economy. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debates the role of the Industrial Development Corporation in the promotion of new entrepreneurs in our country. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Mngango.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the IFP that at its next sitting, the House debates the plight of small stock farmers whose livestock has been decimated by the continued drought in areas such as KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises to move that this being the 50th year since the publication of the book, The Peasants' Revolt, by that gallant leader of the liberation of our people, Govan Mbeki. Therefore, in its next sitting, the House debates the road thus far traveled in honor of Govan Mbeki and all those he wrote about who revolted against colonial and apartheid land dispossession. I so move.
Honorable member at the back there. Honorable member. Yes, sir.
Honourable Chair, I give notice that we will move in the next sitting at this House to debate.
Honorable member, I didn't give you a chance.
I thought
I
it
pointed
was
a member over there.
No.
Yes.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that we debate in the next sitting of the House the lack of progress of the eminent persons groups based on data it has received.
Honorable member.
Ke a leboga, Motlatjamodulasetulo. I rise on behalf of the ANC that its next sitting, this House must debate the abuse of freedom of speech by members of this House. I so move.
Ke a leboga motlatsa motlotlegi Musa Khotla. Mo boemong jwa African National Congress ke tsitsinya gore ntlo eno mo kokwano bosetšhaba e tlang e ngangisane kgotsa go ganetsana gore mmogo re ka dira jang gore ntlo e boelwe ke seriti le serodumo sa yone seo se tsweletseng go latlhega ka lobelo lo le poisegang. Ke a leboga.
Honorable member at the back.
Chair, I rise on behalf of the DA and give notice at the next sitting of the House that we debate the provision of 24-hour health facilities to the people of Lenasia and Gauteng and to inquire as to what the delay is in providing proper hospital facilities to the people in that area. Thank you.
Honorable Mafu.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Mafu. You are not Mafu.
Mafu.
Deputy Speaker.
Mafu.
Can you speak to that thing?
No, Honorable member. Honorable Mafu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates how the National Department of Human Settlement can assist the Western Cape government to build more houses for the citizens of South Africa who reside in this province. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Comrade Deputy, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House discuss the issue of controlling the sale of junk food that is endangering the health of our nation and leads to malnutrition or obesity, which leads to diabetes. Thank you. I so move.
Honorable member at the back.
I shall move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the involvement of parents, teachers, learners of school governing bodies in the development of school safety plans to ensure that all learners are and feel safe.
Thank you, Honorable member. Honorable Matlua.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the role and functions of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, House chairpersons, and the effect their decisions have on Parliament. Also, how the Western Cape government can assist in this regard. I thank you.
Honorable member at the back. At the back.
Deputy Speaker, ni yima hi ku yimela nhlangano wa African National Congress. Ni susumeta leswaku eka yindlo leyi yi va na ku burisana kumbe ku kanerisana hi swinawanawani swa matikhomelo swa miharihari leswi endliwaku hi va vandla ra ku kokela etlhelo leswaku ya burisana hi swona. I so move.
Honorable Vince.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that at its earliest opportunity, this House debates the negative effect on society that results from the practice of sentencing first-time petty crime offenders to incarceration into an already overcrowded facility.
Honorable Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that we debate at the next sitting what the purpose was of SASSA handing out food parcels in Robinvale, Atlantis today, and on what basis only certain people were notified and invited to participate. Thank you.
Honorable member at the back there. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Enkosi Deputy. Mnandi phansi kwe-EFF ndithi masiphinda sihlala apha kule ndlu ngokulandelayo sithethe ngabantu abasebenzela umasipala ngokuthengisa izinto zikarhulumente endaweni yokuba banike abantu. Emarikana ama-toilet ayathengiswa athengiselwa izifika namthwalo. Enkosi.
Honorable Van Val.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on the behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates at its next sitting the 0% pit toilets in the Western Cape compared to the several sad instances where learners fell into pit toilets at schools in Limpopo province.
Honorable Madela.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Madela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that at its next sitting, this House debate the failures of the DA-controlled Theewaterskloof municipality in providing adequate service delivery with specific reference to the provision of housing, sanitation and roads to the oldest informal settlement in Grabouw, namely Waterworks, as well as the communities of Beverly Hills and Pineview. I so move.
Honorable Cronin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that at its next sitting, the House debates what lessons can be learned from other democracies on how recalcitrant members are forcibly removed when refusing to observe the rulings of speakers. This debate should include a study of what happens in the US Congress, where senators can and are removed forcibly for recalcitrance. We should also note that in Canada, as a recent episode showed, the sergeant of arms is armed. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move that at its next sitting, this House debates the need for Minister Rob Davies to provide the South African economy with an apology for destroying it with outrageous legislation that has cost this economy 128,000 jobs just in the manufacturing sector since 2009. A good story to tell.
Honorable Kappa.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise to note that the House must debate in the next sitting the role played by women in South Africa in the struggle of liberating this country, including the Speaker of this House, Honourable Mbete,
Nkosazana Zuma, and many, many, whom I cannot finish the list now. I beg, thank you.
Honorable Sotetsi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debate how ANC made it possible for everyone in the country to choose the political home of own choice when the previous regime made it a criminal offense to an extent of causing harm to individuals, sometimes fatal. I so move.
Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF rises to move that the House in its next sitting debate the state of research and development in Africa with a specific focus of South Africa and how the resources could be pulled together for the continent and its organs in research.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the DA that this House at its next meeting debate the slow progress made with regard to the completion of the psychiatric hospital in Kimberley.
Honorable Member at the back. Yes, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member is speaking there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
No, the lady.
It's me.
Yes, the Honorable Member here. No, the
Thank you,
Honorable Member
Deputy
on her
Speaker.
feet. The Honorable Member on her feet.
Yes. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates at its next sitting the development challenges faced by municipalities. Thank you.
Honorable members, let me alert you. If I have pointed you out before, you're going to have to wait until the last one before you get your second chance. Just know that I want to ensure that every member in the House who have a hand up is going to do that for purposes of fairness. And those who want to have second bites will do it later on. Right? Honorable Member.
Ndiyalibuwa Mutusa, Maurice Mutusa mdzulachi duro. Rine ba EFF ri khou dzinginya uri kha dzulo ḽi tevhelaho ri ambe nga u fhaṱiwa mimoḽo mahayani khathihi na dzi lokhishini dzashu uri na ye mimoḽo ine khou ḓa i khou thusana kha vhoramabindu vhaṱuku kana i khou ḓo vha khokhovhedza uri he vhoramabindu vhaṱuku vha si tsha dovha vha vuwa hu vhe u hula ha vho pfumaho vhane vha vha vhatshena vhane vha vha makhuwa ngori na dzi rennde na deposit dza dzhena hafho mimoḽoni dzi vha dzi khou konḓela vhoramabindu vhaṱuku. Ndaa.
Honorable Bonhomme.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I hereby move at the next sitting that Parliament discuss the disrespect shown by the official opposition towards a democratically elected Speaker of Parliament whilst Parliament is in session. I so move.
Honorable Member of the... Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of a Congress of the People that the House debates Rule 3, number 316 of the Rules Book, and that is lapsing of business on last sitting day of annual session or term of assembly or when assembly is dissolved.
Okay. Honorable Member at the back of the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates how the ANC's cancerous culture of corruption, cronyism, and cadre deployment in Nelson Mandela Bay is undermining service delivery and killing jobs in that metro. I so move.
Honorable Member next. Honorable Member at the back next to the member who just spoke. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in the next sitting, the House debates the alarming collaboration between municipal officials and ANC politicians in looting these municipalities.
Honorable Member at the back there. Yes, Honorable Member.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the DA intellectual bankruptcy and robotic leadership as espoused by Gerrit van Onselen in the Daily Maverick. So I move.
Honorable September.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the
Honorable members, give members a chance to speak.
I move on behalf of the African National Congress that at its next sitting, the House debates the safety of the police against the Democratic Alliance when it comes into the National Assembly.
Honorable member at the back. Yes, ma'am.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move that the House, noting the crippling delay in SAPS vehicle repairs in the Pietermaritzburg Police Workshop, debates the need and methodology to get the more than 120 decrepit vehicles mobile in order to effectively deal with crime in the KZN capital city.
Honorable member, that's it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting debates the life and times of President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, noting that in 2 weeks' time, December 5 this year, we will mark exactly a year since he passed on. I so move.
Honorable Ngwenya Mabila.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the improvement made by the ANC government in improving the lives of the rural people. I thank you.
Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that its next sitting, this House debate the disappearance of President Jacob Zuma and consider offering a reward to any person who is able to deliver him to answer questions.
Honorable Kaula.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Bengiyojabula ukuthi masiphinda sihlala la sikhulume ngabantu abahlala kulezi zindlu ekuthiwa olindela esebehlale iminyaka eminingi kusukela ngo-2009 bengayinikeza umxhaso ngenxa yokuthi abanayo imali yokugwaza bagwazela amakhansela kakhongolose. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that this House at its earliest sitting debate the proposal of establishing a multi-party youth caucus. This body of young people in Parliament should look into how best we can coordinate the interest of young people. The youth agenda should not only be left to the Youth Month, but it should consume our every month program. I so move.
Honorable Malchas.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates corruption by the DA in the Western Cape. On the final report by the Public Protector, Thuli Madonsela, the report named, yes, we made a mistake. Thank you.
Honorable Kolabanat. Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting of the House, we debate police brutality, specifically SAPS members standing by while citizens are beaten to death in acts of vigilantism, and specifically whether or not it's their political masters who are instructing SAPS members in the Western Cape to do that.
Honorable November.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting debates the condition of the children with disabilities in South Africa. I so move.
Honorable Dreyer. Honorable Dreyer.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting of this House, it debates the quality of responses by members of the executive to oral questions from the opposition. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Oh. Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the next sitting debate the importance of sports and recreation as a wellness exercise and promote unity amongst the honorable members and the staff.
Honorable Dunja.
Manibulele Sekela Somlomo. Ndiyaphakamisa egameni lombutho wesizwe i-African National Congress ukuba xa iphinda ihlala le ndlu yowiso mthetho ixoxe ubuhlanga obugqithisileyo obenzekileyo kweli phondo laseMpuma Koloni ukuthi umntana omhlophe antsontsele intloko yomuntu omnyama. Ndiyabulela.
Okay. Honorable Member James.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the disappearance of hundreds of millions of rands in mining royalties due to the Bapo Bamokhale community from a bank account controlled by the ANC provincial government.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby give notice on behalf of the DA that we debate in the next sitting of the House how the ANC abuses legislative platforms to misrepresent the most successful provincial government, the DA-led Western Cape government, rather than celebrating its unparalleled successes in service delivery to the poor and vulnerable. I thank you.
Honorable Majola.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Majola. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC and give notice of my intention to move that we discuss the political morality of members of the DA passing draft notice of motions to members of the EFF, suggesting that members of the EFF can't think for themselves. This is racist in the extreme.
Honorable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I rise on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, this House debates the continued business operations of a company called Philcon, a company declared in the United Kingdom insolvent, but earning thus far 900 million rands through Cape Town and Western Cape government tender systems.
Honorable Kalako.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate the uneven distribution of resources and services by City of Cape Town in favor of white affluent suburbs and marginalization of black townships. So I move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that at the next sitting of this House, the House debates the desirability of marketing Morningside in eThekwini Metro as a tourist alternative to Lourdes, France, given the proven and miraculous properties of its municipal water supply, which has restored Shabia Sheikh to an unprecedented full recovery.
Honorable George.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting of the House, this House debates the Deputy President's misunderstanding of the multi-party agreement made yesterday, 18 November 2014.
Honorable Member.
Thank you,
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the EFF, which is the government in waiting, I rise to move that the House in its next sitting debate and discuss the quality of speeches delivered from the respected podium of the National Assembly, especially by senior members of this assembly. Thank you.
A member behind? Yes, go ahead.
Deputy Speaker, mo sebakeng sa EFF, ke kgopela gore ntlo e ga e dula lebaka le le tlang.
Honorable member at the back, take your seat, please. We can't just be hanging around like that. Go ahead, honorable member.
Ke kgopela gore ntlo e ga e dula lebaka le le tlang. E bontshane ka tlhompho le tekatekano ya magoši ka moka a Afrika Borwa. Gobane magoši ga a sa tlhomphiwa go tshwana le nako e fetileng. Re taba e tsweletse gagolo maloba ge kgoši Makgeru a bolokwa kwa bopedi ga mogašo. Poloko ya kgoši Makgeru be sa bontše gore ke ya kgoši a senka ya tlhomphiwa go tshwana le tše re tlhogo re di bona. Ra leboga.
Honorable member.
Ke go leboge motlatsa Musa Khotla ke tsitsinya mo boemong ba ANC gore fa ntlo e le halahala e nna gape e ngangisane ka lenaneo la tshireletso ya magaeng ke gore rural safety le karolo ya mafapha a dirisang ditshireletso ya diforamu tsa selegae ke a go leboga.
Honorable Murutwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move that in the House in the next sitting debates the escalating gender violence, specifically, and it should specifically focus its attention to utilize the 365 days to give particular attention to the rural areas. In the main, culture and religion should be given specific focus. Thank you.
Honorable member behind Honorable Mwabe.
Deputy Speaker, ngokuhlala kwale ndlu okulandelayo egameni le-National Freedom Party, ngiyakuphakamisa ukuthi kukhulunywe ngokuzenza unontando kubuka kuka-MEC wezemfundo e-KZN ngokuya kwabezindaba yothi kuhamba kahle ukuhanjiswa kwezincwadi ezikoleni kodwa kube kunezikole ezingakazitholi izimali zokuthenga no-supplier be-nutrition bengakakhokhelwa. I so move.
Okay. Honorable member at the back. Yes, honorable member.
Voorsitter, hiermee vra ek die huis met die volgende sitting debatteer oor die volgende in die Namakwaland kiesafdeling spesifiek Kaima munisipaliteit. 1 die natuurramp in Pella op 24 Oktober waar meer as 100 huishoudings dakloos gelaat is en in watter mate die regering hulp verleen en of alle inwoners oor dieselfde kam geskeer word rondom hulpverlening. En die tweede punt, ook die ernstige waterprobleme in ons Jepkaans, die kanale tans weer droog en die 27 groepe van 6 opkomende boere veral word die meeste benadeel. Die weermag moes onlangs na 3 weke sonder water aan die gemeenskappe aanry. Maar hoe boer jy sonder water? Dankie.
Honorable Fabs.
Okay. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, I wish to propose that at the next sitting of the House, that the House discuss the imperative of bringing all stakeholders together to acknowledge the need for a more developmental approach to scrap metal, which uses about 50% less energy than iron ore to make steel. Further, to support the work being undertaken by the Departments of Trade and Industry and Economic Development to address the challenges posed by bulk exportation of scrap metal and to tighten the legislation to prevent the buying of illegally obtained scrap metal. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable member at the back. No, honourable member. Honourable, yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National
No,
Congress.
honourable member. No. Oh, the honourable member here in front. Yeah. Go ahead, honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates mobilization of communities in order to play a positive role in offender reintegrated.
Honourable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting the House debates the non-compliance of the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Mokenyane, in attending to the 104 mine water licenses before the 31st of October 2014, as she promised. I so move.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move that this House debates the imprisonment of the chickens in Nkandla, the terrible conditions that they are subjected to, including their well-being, and a possible amnesty, which they should be able to apply for after a life being trapped with number one. I so by move.
Honourable member in front of Honourable November. Yes, honourable member at the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ndobandi khombela zwa uri ndu iyi tshifhinga tshidaho rine sa African National Congress zwa uri ri ambe nga nndwa ya vha hone fhano nduni ye etwa nga vhatshena vha DA vha tshikolo na mapholisa ri dovhe hafhu ri ambe nga nḓila ene apartheid yo dina ngaho vhathu vhashu fhano South Africa. Ndi a livhuwa.
Honourable member. Honourable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that the next House discuss how long should a group of overall and gumboots wearing platoons wait on the government queue to be regarded as a legitimate government in waiting. I so move.
Honourable David.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the fact that for nearly 6 months, the Minister of Defence has refused to hand over documents relevant to an audit of the Honourable Lindiwe Sisulu's reported 203 flights on an ultra-luxury Gulfstream executive jets, and debates the effect of a diet of chicken and beef on the Minister as a result
Point
of
of order.
forced
Point of order.
fly on
Point of
South
order.
African Airways.
Point of order.
Honourable member.
Point of order.
There's a member on the floor there. There's a member on the floor there.
Thank you. Is the member prepared to take a breathalyzer test?
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order. First of all, that wasn't a point of order, and it's actually unparliamentary. But while the Honourable Mania was speaking, the Honourable Minister Lindiwe Sisulu flipped him a Floyd and used a middle finger gesture in the House. I submit to you it's unparliamentary. We've already had rulings in this regard, and she must withdraw it.
Honourable Minister.
I have seen them using the middle finger. I was just imitating them. They've been doing this the whole afternoon.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
I saw exactly what the minister does.
Yes.
It does not become her to be dishonest in this House and not tell the truth what she was doing.
Yeah.
I think she should do the honourable thing and withdraw that gesture for her own sake.
Honourable members, we have warned about use of gestures in this House. Yes, now I'm faced with a situation. I didn't see that. I must depend on you. Yeah, I've asked her. The minister has said what, did you see her response? Honorable members, can we be careful, please, with use of gestures? I suggest that we not do that. And if there's a way of verifying that, we would be able to move on that swiftly to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Honorable Minister, I hope you didn't do that.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I suggest that you consult Hansard or the recordings. It is exactly what they did.
Honorable members, can we proceed that we don't do that anymore? Honorable members, can we proceed? Yes,
Deputy
Honorable Chief
Speaker,
Whip,
I'm
yes.
happy to proceed, but I want you to please get the Hansard, to get the equipment, as well as any pictures that were taken from the gallery. And I think the Minister is going to be very embarrassed in this House come the new year.
Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move that at the next sitting of this House, we debate the danger of the Oka pipe, also known as the hubbly bubbly. The Oka pipe causes severe damage to the kids in our country. The use of the Oka pipe is just as severe as the use of substance abuse. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable member. Yes. Yes, honorable. No, the member, honorable members, the honorable member in between. Did you not say your thing, honorable member? If you did, yes. No, honorable members, I told you what I'm going to do, and I'm following that order. Yes, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Yes.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that at the next sitting of this House, the House debates the dismal failure of the ANC government to fulfill its constitutional mandate to deliver on the imperative to provide adequate provision of fresh water to every citizen, despite having had 20 years within which to do so. I so move.
Yes. Honorable member at the back. Yes, yes.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, hiermee 'n mosie namens die DA natuurlik dat hierdie waardige huis in die volgende vergadering 'n debat voer oor die huidige regering se onvermoë om armoede te beveg in die landelike munisipaliteite, naamlik Tembisile en Dr. J.S. Moroka en Mpumalanga. Ek wil so kennis gee. Dankie.
Okay. Honorable Mayenge.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby, on behalf of the African National Congress, that in its next sitting debate, the House debates the importance of relocating the budget allocation for sport infrastructure from the Municipal Infrastructure Grant into the Department of Sport and Recreation, or an entity that will seek to ensure that sport facilities are developed in the country. I thank you.
Honorable Magati.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that in its next sitting, this House debates the failure of the Democratic Alliance government in the Western Cape to create jobs from the period of July to September this year, wherein 11,000 jobs were lost. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that this House in its sitting debates the behavior of some of the opposition members, particularly in this fifth term. I so moved.
Okay. Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next debate, this House debates how the thug-like behavior of the Tulindiwes is undermining the integrity of this House. I here so move.
Honorable members, you know you're supposed. Honorable members, honorable member, you know you're supposed not to call members by name. You know that. You know that. So we don't have to be reminded that.
Chair, I referred to Tulindiwes.
Honorable member, do what you know.
Chair, should I refer to the two honorable Ndiwes, or what's the correct statement?
Now you don't know what the rules say, honorable member. Don't ask me that. You know what the rules is. Just say it.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, you've just ruled that gestures are not allowed. Why is that Betty, Honourable Maniac, allowed to do that? That is a gesture that is Betty. Absolutely Betty, and it should not be allowed.
Point of order.
Yes, Honourable. What are you raising, Honourable Member?
Deputy Speaker, we know that the word batty is meant to refer that the Honourable Mania is mad or has a mental disability. That is clearly unparliamentary. And if the Minister wants to discuss what an inappropriate gesture is, I'm quite happy to take her outside and give her some demonstrations.
Honourable Steenhuisen, you are a chief whip. And so your language and what you suggest, no. Please, I'm suggesting to you, stay within the boundaries. You see, honourable members, we object to offensive language. We object to problematic gestures in the House. It is wrong even to suggest the things that you are suggesting here. It's incorrect for you to do that, Honourable Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, it's precisely because it's inappropriate to make inappropriate gestures in the House that I'm offering to exit the House.
Who's that now? Who's that?
It was the Honourable November at the back.
Honourable members, yes, Honourable Member?
Deputy Speaker, because I have a lot more dignity than the Honourable Minister, I will withdraw.
Honourable members, it's 6 o'clock. I realize that, honourable members, it's becoming difficult to maintain order. And I suggest you not deteriorate into becoming even more offensive. We are going to have to take stringent measures against offensive language and gestures so that we are not taken for granted. It is wrong for you to undermine the authority of the chair, and it is incorrect to continue to do that. Otherwise, this is no longer a people's tribunal. This is no longer a housing for debate and discussion of issues. So please don't do that. Yeah.
Deputy Speaker, can you also close the bar, please?
Honorable Mbabula, you are not supposed to speak when you are not recognized.
I withdraw. Thank you.
Honorable member, at the back. Honorable member, at the back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates the levels of intolerance and racism in the Western Cape and whether the national government can do anything about it. Also, the arrogance of the DA and the manner in which they undermine the authority of the Speaker and the presiding officers in the House. So I move.
No. The honorable member behind you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises to move that the House, in its next sitting, debate the quality of negotiation versus physical fighting and how workshop can be organized for executive members who still believe in the power of physical fighting. I so move.
Honorable member there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order, members, order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the negative impact of air pollution to the vulnerable, the poor, and people living in poverty by the industry in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable member there. Yes, honorable member. No, honorable member at the back there.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of Arang SA that this House, in its next sitting, debates on how to invite traditional healers to check whether the honorable members are not bewitched or suffering from mental condition, to forget the real reason why they are here, and also to create a special rule that when this naivety starts, Arang must be excused.
Honorable.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that in its next sitting, this House discusses a continuous Cold War in this House. Thank you.
Honorable member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates how successive ANC presidents silenced the Kempempe report on the validity of the 2002 Zimbabwe general election and whether their subversion of democracy is grounds for a case to be lodged with the International Criminal Court.
Honorable member at the back, right at the back, right at the back. On the left, on your, yes, on the left, on the left, yes.
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, at its next sitting, debates the use of emergency medical helicopter services, the tender process, and the benefits versus the cost to the community they should serve. I so move.
Honorable member at the back there, the corner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that in its next sitting, this House debates the positive impact the ANC government policies has on the poor, in that according to the World Bank report, more than 3.6 million has been lifted out of poverty, and that the South African government has halved the number of poor people. So I move.
Honorable Masondo.
Deputy Speaker, we know that the Integrated Urban Development Plan was tabled through a statement presented to this House yesterday for consideration and debate by Minister Pravin Gordhan. By 2050, it is estimated that more than 80% of South Africans will be residing in cities and towns or similar urban centers. This phenomenon of urbanization and migration is a global experience.
Point of order.
Note that this matter
Wait, honorable member.
has been.
Let's hear what the honorable member says.
But it's not. It's
whether
not.
a
It's
notice
not
or
a. It's not a motion.
I have not stopped you from saying what you have been doing. I'm going to suggest to you, you wait until I rule whether that is so or not. Go ahead, honorable member.
That this matter has been a subject of discussion at various international fora by both the states and civil society organizations. Therefore, move that at its next sitting, this House sets aside enough time to table and discuss urbanization and migration. That this House should encourage other spheres of government, provincial and local legislatures to consider and discuss this matter.
Thank you.
That the government and the Department of Cooperative Governance and sectoral departments should consider developing a detailed plan in anticipation of this specific complex challenge. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the DA, I hereby give notice that at its next sitting, this House debate the reasons why in the ANC-run Mangaung Metro, which is also the birthplace of the ANC, the highest number of bucket toilets is to be found in the whole country.
Honorable Twala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that the House in its next sitting debates the repatriation of the remains of MK combatants who perished in an ambush in 1983 on the 25th of December in Petro Njinga, Angola. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this House on its next sitting debates the vast gap between the rich and the poor and further evaluates if most capitalists who benefit from this country do plow back or they invest in other countries for reason of hating the government of the people. So, I so move.
Honorable Member, the back. Bonga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate the positive impact of the creation of the industrial economic zones in South Africa towards the creation of jobs and economic growth through beneficiation, among others. Thank you very much.
IFP.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that this House debates at its next sitting ways and means on how members of the National Parliament have contributed to the poorest of the poor and the people in need during the oncoming festive season. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this House debates the level of wasteful expenditure incurred by the taxpayers for payment of salaries for members of the Democratic Alliance and EFF that exist for objections in this House instead of coming up with legislations that will change the plight of our people. I so move.
Honorable Member. The member behind. Honorable Bongo.
Deputy Speaker, ndiyaphakama ngaphansi kwe-Democratic Alliance ndimisa intoba le ndlu ixoxe ngorhwaphilizo nobusela obuqhubekayo kumasipala waseBhayi, iNelson Mandela Municipality. Ndifuna sibambe siqonde into okokuba iibhasi ze-IPTS okoko zama before i-World Cup zingasebenzi. Azikasiboni istrato ngenxa yobusela be-officials ze-ANC phaa Standard House.
Remember the back. Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the issue of property hijacking in the Pretoria-Moort area and the properties being used for drug trafficking purposes. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move that in the next sitting, the House debates that on National Toilet Day, 19 November 2014, how the DA-led government has failed to provide proper sanitation for the people of the townships in the Western Cape and has denied people this basic human right. I so move.
Honorable Posa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates the need to increase the number of students at the level of honors, masters, and doctorate graduates. As the output of our universities, this approach must focus and target those students who come from previously disadvantaged areas, including the townships and the rural areas. I so move.
Honorable Coleman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that is in its next sitting, this House discusses the impact of credit rating agencies in the developing economies that have detrimental consequences to their developmental plans. I so move.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, I rise to move that the House in its next sitting debates the value and age of African languages versus the English language, whereby educating those members of the House who still believe that speaking in English is tantamount to a big hero of civilization, and that the point of correcting Africans in this House who speak in African English, I so move.
Honorable member. Honorable, no, the member before. Yes.
Myself.
Yes.
Me.
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, at its next sitting, debate appropriate action to be taken against national departments that do not report to the Central Drug Authority as is requested.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the exorbitant amounts spent on refreshments and eats at portfolio meetings and rather utilize this money to help those that are forced to eat junk food.
Honorable member.
Ke a leboga, Motlatšam Speaker. Legatong la mokgatlo wa setšhaba ke ema ke šišinya gore ka tulo e latelago ntlo e boledišane ka lenyatšo le tlhokego ya tlhompho le go lebelelana ka meselana ya mahlo le go bitšana ka noga e phela go tšwa go bagaditšong ba rena tšeo di re bušetšago morago kgohlaganong ya setšhaba social cohesion le lenaneo la MRM, Moral Regeneration Movement. Thobela.
Honorable Mandela.
Diabulela Sekela Somlo. Diphakamela egameni lombutho wesizwe African National Congress. Ukuba lendlu xa iphinda ihlala dinomnqweno wentoba ixoxe ngesimilo intobeko engekhoyo kule ndlu enkosi.
Honorable member.
Sekela Somlomo egameni lika Khongole sengiphakamisa ukuthi kulendlu yesishaywa mthetho kungxoxo mpikiswana ezayo sixoxisane ngenkiyankiya yehlazo ngokwehluleka kwe-DA eWestern Cape ukusebenza kuhulumende wesifunda kepha baqoka ukubhadala izindimbane zemali ukukhokhela ama-consultants bese kubukeka ngathi yibo basebenzile. Ayisomuvu.
Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that at the next sitting of this House, that we debate the Workmen's Compensation Commissioner's failure for the last 3 years in the Auditor General's reports, and that in the next sitting of this House, we debate the complete overhaul of the Workmen's Compensation Commissioner, and that we note that the Minister of Labour should dismiss the entire staff and restructure the whole department of the Workmen's Compensation Commissioner. I so move.
Honorable Kalako.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates double standards used by DA in the National Assembly of wanting to co-govern with the ANC nationally, whilst in the province and city of Cape Town, DA suppressed democratic debate in committees and in the provincial legislature and the city of Cape Town, and dishonest and opportunistic actions by DA of crying for ministers in the national government to account to Parliament, whilst in the Western Cape legislature and city of Cape Town, their MECs and the mayor are refusing to account in those legislations.
Honorable member, next to Mutseha. Next to Honorable Mutseha.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move that the House in its next sitting debates the need to cap and respond to the rising illegal occupation of private land and public land in various parts of the country, which is clearly being encouraged and instigated by the economic freedom fighters with the intention of scoring cheap political points. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the ANC we call that criminal. Thank you.
Honorable member right at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates the rise of apartheid and continuous discrimination that is rising in the opposition parties, especially when they continuously raise fingers to the Speaker of the House. I so move.
Honorable member.
Ngisukuma ngaphansi kwe-Democratic Alliance ukuthi ANC ibuyisa i-apartheid reversal ngokunganiki abantu bethu umhlaba, especially at Kliptown, whereby the imbalances of the past is not at rest. Land issue at Kliptown la bayibiza ukuthi i-freedom charter, kodwa abantu bethu abahlala lapho abanankululeko. I so move.
Honorable member.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give the notice that this House in next sitting debate the suffering that the people of Khayelitsha in the Western Cape are still subjected to the use of poti, which takes away their dignity on a daily basis as they have to take the potters in and out of their little cuckoos every morning and every evening. I so move.
Honorable member there.
I rise on behalf of the ANC, propose that in the next sitting, the House to debate the abuse, the loneliness that is evident towards our fellow brother, leader of the DA, by his own party, DA right wing. I thank you.
Honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, ehlangothini lwakhongolose ngendlulisa kwekuthi uma le ihlala ngalokutako sikhulume ngokutiphatha kwemalungu eParliamente ngalokutotsandzwa ngilabo labasikhethile emthethweni loshaywe ngithi ikakhulukati laba labakhethwe ngibantu labancane lapha endlini nangalendlela labagcoka ngayo. Ngiyamuva.
Honorable member. No, the member behind you. Honorable member, the member behind you. The member behind you. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Yebo, njengelunga le EFF, Economic Freedom Fighter. Ngithi ngokulandelayo sibheka umbiko kaManase lapha ya eThekwini odlalubi ama comrade kwakuyona odlalubi lapha eThekwini abamalunga kaANC aphethe umkhandlo abhizi adlala ngamathenda anika abangani babo nemisebenzi abantu abayitholi nabantu namanje ngikhuluma nani abangabacabangela ukuthi kufanele bathole imisebenzi funa etholwe ingane zabo kuphela munye umuntu lapha eThekwini abamazi ukuthi kufanele athole umsebenzi lo muntu lo izindlu zakhe ziyabhidlika zibulala abantu kodwa kaboshwa kwenziwa lutho. Ngithi ngokulandela ke sibhekeni ngoba ibuhlungu lento ekhulunywayo bese ngithi futhi ngiyaqhubeka siEFF
Honorable member.
Siphakamisa ukuthi
Honorable member.
lapha
No,
njengokuthi umphakathi usiphethe angiphindi
member.
fighter angiphindi fighter.
Akuphindwa.
Sorry.
Akuphindwa.
Okay.
Akuphindwa. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that this House debate at its next sitting the reasons why Honorable Mainir withdrew from a security clearance as he was expected to undergo. What is he hiding? I so move.
Honorable Maseko.
Nyabonga Pinilga Somlomo Baba. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that this House in its next sitting debate the service delivery that has bettered the lives of those that were previously disadvantaged and those that have always been advantaged by the African National Congress government since 1994. I so move.
Honorable member right at the back there.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House on its next sitting debates after the dressing down of the leader of the opposition party by the leader of the DA at the DA caucus, whether indeed the honorable leader is the whole man, as described by the journalist Gareth van Ozen. I so move.
Honorable Mataba.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting discuss the assault of the public members by public representatives of the Democratic Alliance. DA Councillor Iverson in the city of Cape Town, who recently assaulted a member of the public for asking a question of clarity. I so move.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate why the Mayor of the Cape Town and the Premier of Western Cape wear the mask when they're visiting the areas where Black South Africans live. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Thank you. On behalf of the economic freedom fighters, I rise to move that the House in its next sitting discuss the ways of debating time by the ruling party, which they use to hurl insults at the opposition instead of articulating its agenda. I so move.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House in its next sitting discuss a need for parties represented in this House to work together to hammer out South Africa's solutions for this country to realize its potential as the most advanced in developing its people to their fullest ability. I so move.
Yes, honorable member.
Ke a leboga motlatsa seboleledi sa Palamente. Legatong la mokgatlo o mogolo wa ANC ke ema le go šišinya gore ntlo ye e hlomphegago ya Palamente ye e bile poledišano ya makgonthe a kgwedi ya kgokgo ya gore hlohleletša bomme gore ba kopane ka dihlopha go hloma di-cooperative tšeo di tlogo ba kgontšha go ba bommakgwebo potlana e le mokgwa wa go fediša tlala kudu-kudu go bomma le bana gobane re a tseba gore tau tša hloka seboka di šitakenare e hlotša le gona bomma go bana ba swara thipa ka bogaleng ke a šišinya.
Sorry? Honorable member at the back.
Baba Sekela Somlomo Hloniphekile. Egameni le-ANC African National Congress. Ngiphakamisa ukuthi ngokuhlala okulandelayo kwalendlu ixoxe ngezigameko ezihlasimulisa igazi emphakathini yephondo lasentshonalanga koloni Western Cape ephethe iholwe inhlangano ye-DA ebusa ngengcindezelo ye-apartheid ezigcina zenza abantu bakithi bahlukumezeke bagcine bebulelene kuhlanganisa nezidakamizwa. Lendlu iphakamisa ukuthi uzile ongundunankulu amemezele ngokushesha uhlelo lwakhe kanye nongqongqoshe bakhe o-MEC wakhe wamapoyisa kanye noweze social development ukunqanda lolu bhubhane. Ngiyophakamisa ke baba Somlomo. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable member at the back. EFF. Yes.
Ndiyabonga baba. Ndimela ndima phantsi kwe-EFF. Ndithi xa siphinda sihlala kule ndlu ibaluleke kangaka sikhe sixoxe ngentsebenziswano engekhoyo nkosi yam kule ndlu. Kanti ke banye aba bantu sizokukubasebenzela apha abohlukananga ngabantu qha hayi ngokwemibutho. Ndiyacela uba ngaba siyohluleka sithandazeni bomama kubi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting it debates the toxic behavior of few private school products sitting in the DA benches, young, white, arrogant, and without either manners or wit, smacking in their privilege happy with their new soulmates, which is the EFF. I thank you. I move.
Enkosi Sekela Somlomo. Egameni likaKhongolose ndiphakamisa ukuba lendlu yowiso-mthetho ixoxe ngobungozi ngokwasempilweni obunokwenziwa imigqomo ye-peanut butter nokutya okudala okuthi kuze namalungu ombutho we-Democratic Alliance ngexesha befuna ivoti zabantu abantsundu kwindawo esihlala kuzo ukuze emva kwevoti singaphinde sibabone. Ndiyaphakamisa Somlomo.
Honorable Ramatlakane. Ramatlakane.
He is. Oh, yeah.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby give notice on behalf of the ANC that at the next sitting, the House debate and denounce the DA-run City of Cape Town draconian My City plans to evict plus minus 35 families of Wynberg and Plumstead from their residence of over 30 years. So I move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the EFF, I rise to move that the House in its next sitting debates the role played by Angola, Zambia, Tanzania, and other African countries in the liberation of South Africa.
Thank you. Honorable member at the back. At the back. No, honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
legatong la mokgatlo o mogolo wa go tlhaba ka lerumo o thiba ka charter, the African National Congress, I move that in its next sitting, the House should debate the perceived overlaps in Chapter 9 institutions. Thank you.
The member next to you.
It's me. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC hereby move that the House debates in its next sitting the statement made by the Honorable Premier Zille that Africans are foreigners in Western Cape.
Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of economic freedom fighters, I rise to move that the House in its next sitting debates the contribution of young guerrillas of Umkhonto weSizwe, such as Solomon Mahlangu and Zondo. I so move.
Honorable member at the back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that at its next sitting, this august House debates the destructive, opportunist, and vacillating role played by the current dominant form of ultra-leftism, as represented by the stepsons of the right wing, the EFF, its irrevertible tendency to dwindle into fractions over time, as currently demonstrated by the emergence from within of the so-called new economic freedom fighters in the obtaining political conjuncture. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kubisi.
Bonge sekela somlomo ekuhlaleni kwalendlu kulandelayo ngiyosukuma ngimele NFP ngicela ukuba ke sidingide udaba lokuthi singenzani ukubuyisa lendlu ekuhlelekeni nasesithunzini esifanele nokuthi singenzani futhi ukuchitheka kophoko lapha kulendlu nokuthi sekuyiso isikhathi manje kuba singalungiselela usizo lokuqala lapha njengoba kubonakala izulu lihloma kulendlu ukuze sibuyele esimeni kuyisona sona somlomo nyophakamile.
Honorable Ranto.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move that in its next sitting, the House debates the critical role played by the Honorable Speaker of this House in ensuring and contributing to the true liberation of women, especially those in the DA seats who made it to this august House as a result of her hard work, sacrifices, and dedication to liberating women of the country. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I move that in its next sitting, the House debates the formation of the new alliance called DIF Plus, which includes DA, EFF, and FF Plus. I so move.
Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate the racism and sexism displayed by Honorable Menier to the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans and the Deputy Minister
Point of order.
of Defense and Military
Point of
Veterans.
order.
So I move.
Allegations against members of this House can only be moved as substantive motions. Ask that he withdraws that motion.
Honorable member, that's correct. Withdraw the racism allegation.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable member. No,
Thank
honorable
you,
member.
Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
member. Honorable member, please hold on for a moment. There's a member at the back there. I did suggest that I'm going to try and talk to members who haven't spoken first. I'll come back to you. I'm not banishing you at all. You'll get an opportunity. But I want to give those who have not spoken first.
On
Honorable
the point
members.
of order, Deputy Chair.
Yes, Honorable
Is
Member.
it parliamentary that honorable members of this House do not watch and cheer Bafana Bafana beat the Super Eagles at 7 o'clock this evening?
Minister, I will check the rules to tell whether that is in the rules, and when appropriate, we will chair. Honorable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the non-compliance of employers in vulnerable sectors like the farming and fishing industries to comply to health and safety regulations and the effects this has on these workers. I thank you.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker, is it parliamentary for Honorable Minister Mbalula to chew chappies in this House?
Honorable Member at the back. You, Honorable Member. No.
Enkosi mgcinisihlalo. Mgcinisihlalo ocwengileyo. Ndibongoza egameni lombutho wesizwe ANC uba xa le ndlu ithi vu kanjaqo iqulunqe ingxam exakileyo kule ndlu. Yokuxambulisana. Ukuba ingabanqwanqwada njani izaphukaneka neentsondwane eziqaqadekileyo neziswantsulisa abantu abakhulu ngezinqongo izithuko ukuze ke kulawule uxolo intlonipho nentlonipho ebalulekileyo kule ndlu. Enkosi.
Honorable Member.
Ngibonge sihlalo lapho ngaphambili ukuthi EFF Economic Freedom Fighter inhlangano yabantu abamnyama abahluphekayo lena ngokuzayo sibheke ngokucindezelwa kuleli parliament uma ungeyona imember ye-ANC njengokuthi nakuba mhlambe sina inkinga thina sithukwa yilabo abangaphesheya usihlalo ohleli kulesa sihlalo akababona ukuthi kufanele abakhuze njengoba namhlanje le nto amaphepha iqale kubona ongabakhuza besithi ke ngempela besocela ungelinye ilanga sibheke ukuthi yini oyibona ufanele yenzeke ngoba njengoba sila eParliament angisiboni isidingo ukuthi kube khona oyibona ukuthi umkhulu kunabanye njengoba sila sikhethwa abantu siyabonga.
Deputy Speaker, point of order. The previous speaker cast aspersions on the chair there that you are taking sides. So I think that is unparliamentary. She must withdraw that motion.
Honorable Member, you are out of order. You are out of order. To be responding in the way you are responding and screaming in the way in which you are screaming after making the allegations that you are making. Honorable Member, we are Quebec, and this is out of order once more. I will not do this again to you. Honorable members, there are members who I have noted. Honorable Member? No, yes, okay, go ahead, honorable members. No, Honorable Deputy Minister, you can't do what you want to do. It's not allowed. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the ANC to move that this House
in its next sitting to debate whether the white supremacist, racist tendencies have been eradicated after the nationalist government was removed.
Okay, the member next to you. The member next to him on the right? Yeah. We Bambega, this is, yeah.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debate negative effects of unbecoming behavior of the opposition characterized by arrogance, rudeness, rowdiness, howling, and creating stories meant to even affect the rating agencies such as the Global Competitiveness Index, Moody's, etc., with the intention of subverting this beautiful and liberating democracy themselves have so hugely benefited from. The truth always prevails. The ANC has transformed South Africa, and we will continue to move South Africa forward and counter the diabolic madness orchestrated to try and be ahead. With the same breath, Honorable Speaker, I want the House to debate the impact of dual passport carrying that is actually causing unpatriotic behavior. Thank you.
Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the important role played by the South African government in the economic development of the SADC region. I so move.
Honorable Kekana.
Deputy Speaker, I, on behalf of the ANC, move that the House debate in its next sitting the radical transformation of the economy in order to change the life of poor societies so as to take the concept of nation building and reconciliation to its highest level as a necessary condition for everlasting peace and harmony. I so move.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debate how dangerous peacetime heroes could be to the stability of the country and the subtle strategies applied by DA to reinvent the institutionalization of apartheid and govern South Africa, a move which led to the international isolation of South Africa. I so move.
Honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting discuss the role, duties and responsibilities of members of Parliament to promote the concept of a constitutional state with special reference to conduct and adherence to rules. I so move.
Honorable member Ramukhas.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby move that in its next sitting, this House debates how to curb the spiraling break-in and criminality by armed criminals in the malls of our country and how the police are responding on the matter. I thank you. I so move.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that I shall propose at the next sitting of the House that this House debates the benefits of localization and the importance for all South Africans to buy South African manufactured products.
Honorable member next to behind Honorable Johnson. The member behind Honorable Johnson, yes.
Ke a leboga motlatsa Musakgotla. Fano mo boemong jwa ANC ke tsitsinya gore mo kopanong e latelang ntlo e engangisane ka go busetsa serodumo le tlotlego ya kokwano bosetšhaba e. Ke a leboga.
Honorable member. Yes. Yes. No, the member
Thank
next
you,
to
Deputy.
you. The member next to you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
Ndza nkhensa mufambisi wa ntirho, mupfuni wa mutshami wa xitulu, hi ku yimela vandla lerikulu ra African National Congress, vandla ra Xikwembu na Swikwembu na vanhu. Ni susumeta leswaku eka ntshamo lowu landzelaka yindlu yi va na njhikanjhikisano eka mafambiselo xikan'we ni maambalelo ya timembara ta palamende, leswaku ku ta va ku ri na ku hambana exikarhi ka vahloti va timhisi ni varhangeri va le palamende, na leswaku lava va nga xwela va khongeleriwa leswaku va ta kota ku vuya epalamende va fambisa tiko. Na khensa.
Honorable Mabaso.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that the House debates in its next sitting the impact of apartheid regimes, racist policies, and how these have had a terrible impact on black people, and black I mean Africans, coloreds, and Indians, and that there is a need for white big business, especially big business, to take responsibility and partner with government in radically transforming the economy to benefit the poor and the working class through small businesses and cooperatives. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, next to Honorable Skosana there at the back.
Angibonge Sekela Somlongo. Ngithanda ukuphakamisa ukuthi lendlu mayihlala singu African National Congress, the People's Movement. Sisixoxisana ngempumelelo leyendiwe bomasipala lababili eMpumalanga, iSteve Tshwete neHlanzeni, ngekuthi iminyaka lemithathu lelandzelanako bakwatile kutfola i-clean audit lokusho kona kwekuthi yinto lokufanele siyihalalisele ikakhulukati noma ngangiliphi ilunga lelinengcondo la eParliamente kwekuthi lesi ngiso story lesinhle kakhulu lokufanele sisitshele abantu base South Africa. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Kubisa. Honorable Mutita. Honorable Member, EFF.
Deputy Speaker, sebakeng sa EFF, re kgopela gore ntlo e ka kopano e latelang. E boledišane ka batho ba ba dulago magaeng le mekhukhung gore le bona ke batho ba swantšho le batho ba bangwe. Ditirelo ge di išwa setšhabeng ba se ke ba lebala. Batho ba hloka metsi, ba hloka di-toilet, ba sepela sebaka se se telele o hwetša ditleliniki, balwetši masea le bomme ba le ba iphepelago ba swere ka thata gomme ditšhelete di lahlegela dipotleng tša batho ba bangwe ka lebogo.
Honorable Member, Humphrey Mtlagwana.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby give notice on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debate conditions under which farm workers stay, work, and the form of wages they are given, including forced removals in their dwellings, particularly in the Western Cape. I so move.
Honorable members, the business will now be suspended for 1 hour for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
Point of order, Deputy Chairperson. Yes. I want to make the point that there's been absolutely no consultation with the official opposition whatsoever on this.
It's time for Red Bull.
Honorable Chief Whip. We have to ourselves make an assessment of what the situation is here by the, in the House, because after all, we are coming back here to proceed with the business of the House.
Deputy President.
I appreciate what you are suggesting. It's an important thing. This one has been taken by the presiding officer sitting here now.
Deputy Speaker, may I make a request then that
Yes.
when these sorts of interactions are proposed,
Sorry?
that the whips,
Yeah.
that's why we have whips in Parliament,
Yes.
are utilised in order to ensure that the...
Yeah, we'll do it.
Thank you.
Order,
thank you.
order members. Yes, whips will.
That we use the whips to be able to communicate properly with the various caucuses.
Okay. Honorable members, we will talk to whips about it. The House is now adjourned, and let's follow up here. 1 hour.
20 Red Bulls now.
No. Honorable members, don't do that. You are not allowed to do that. It's out of order. You can't be screaming whatever it is you are screaming using microphones in Parliament. No, Kiolida, Oshab. Don't worry, Tabua Lena. Just tell her to go home.
No, we just come in with the chair. Yeah, let's just find out who is chairing. Are we going to finish now with no chair? Who knows? Who cares? I said I was supposed to be at the opera. Tanya was supposed to teach the children geography tonight. They're writing an exam tomorrow. Where are we? Listening to bad singing here. Just give me another guide. Mistake.
members, we continue where we left off. Does any member wish to give a notice of a motion? Honorable member that side.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting examine how it happened that the adults in the DA took leave of absence and left the children in charge. I move.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby give notice that in its next sitting, this House debates the possibility of limiting the times given to notices on motions in the same way as it is done with the member statements. I so move.
Honorable Bonham.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I have a move on behalf of the ANC that at the next sitting, the House debates the parliamentary dress code within the House, and that the rules of Parliament be honoured, respected, and that the dignity of Parliament is eroded no more, and that overalls, gumboots, and helmets be disallowed, and the rules of Parliament be honoured and enforced. I so move.
Honorable member, come this side.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, this House debates the resurgence of neo-Nazism in countries such as Germany and check whether this scourge has already visited our country. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I hereby give notice that in the next sitting, this House debates whether there is a role the ANC government can play in ensuring that there is peace and stability in Africa and the world. I so move.
Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debate the newly announced training program by SAPS for 10 female learners who passed grade 12 to enroll as aspirant pilots for helicopters and planes in 2015. I thank you.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move that the House in its next sitting should consider the following. The health of an organism depends on harmonious combination of elements and their connections, their internal and external interactions, and all their emotions. Failure to educate each other about citizenships has this dialectical perspective on unity of the country and may potentially damage the stature of our country's people for many decades to come. This failure may present opportunities to opportunistically claim that they are better positions to lead this country. Expected of us is unity, because unity of all our people, black and white, fellow countrymen, is a sacred objective that we should spare no energy to preserve and nurture. We may differ in our perspective, but we are not enemies. We were and we are no more. We are South Africans united in diversity, which makes us a unique nation. So I move.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I hereby move without notice that in its next sitting, the House debates robustly the need for reforms of international financial institutions, especially the International Monetary Fund, with the intention to use macroeconomic policies to stimulate economic growth. I so move.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate the need to provide an ongoing training for members of the opposition, particularly to the DA whips, on the rules of the National Assembly so as to explain the authority of the Speaker and other presiding officers of the National Assembly. I thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, it debates how to curb the loud, boorish behavior, the shouting like schoolboys high on illegal substance that is characterizing the disparate alliance. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move that in its next sitting, the House debates how to solve the problem of drug abuse at our schools and the communities, and further evaluates the effects thereof. So I move.
Honourable Hadebe. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move that the House in its next sitting discuss the City of Cape Town latest quarterly financial report, which indicates that close to R500 million in Human Settlement Department won't be spent this financial year. Despite the huge backlog in housing delivery in the City of Cape Town, as such, the money will be sent back to the provincial government. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that the House debates equal representation of women in the structures of government. South Africa being rated as number 8 in the world on women representation out of 189 countries. That such debates must ensure that 50-50% be regulated in all election lists of political parties, not just in the ANC only, as without doubt the major contributor to such high percentage is the African National Congress. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby move that the House at its next sitting debates and clarifies the apparent confusion in the ranks of the DA about their role in Wales Street, where they govern with 59% support and consequently appoint their Speaker and presiding officers, and the National Assembly, where they have 23% of electoral support, yet notwithstanding that want to dictate to the ANC with its 62% electoral majority who should be Speaker and presiding officers of this House. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move that this House notes that Bafana Bafana's halftime score, South Africa 1, Nigeria 0. We hope to have better score. Thank you.
It's true now, please.
Yeah.
Baba Speaker.
On behalf of the ANC, I hereby give notice that in its next sitting, this House debates the role played by official opposition, the DA, to rent blacks as leaders and members in the legislatures and in municipalities.
Point of order.
In that they chose those who are willing to be used.
Point of order.
Honourable member, just hold on. Yes, honourable member.
To be used.
Honourable member, hold on. Take your seat.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. I think that is a breach of Rule 63 dealing with offensive language. The sentiments that members said that parties, like the Democrats, rent blacks is offensive not only to the public representatives concerned.
Yes,
also to
honourable
the
member. That language is offensive. Please withdraw.
Sebezwile God, I withdraw. Will be used to insult the ANC, and that they are now tactically trying to rent the EFF members in the House to play their dirty tricks. I so move.
Order, Chair. Deputy Speaker, the manner she apologized, is that the way we have to go?
No.
Because we're going to do the same. The manner she apologized, is it the right way to apologize? Because
honourable members.
Because if they do it, we will do it, and that won't bring peace in the House. Thank you.
Honourable members, two wrongs don't make a right. And honourable member, can you please just withdraw unconditionally so that we proceed without this?
Go
ahead, honourable member. Honourable Mahlalela.
Thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the People's Movement, the African National Congress, I hereby move that the House, in its next sitting, debate progress made by the ANC government since 1994 in the project of nation building to promote pride in a common national identity, to build a greater social cohesion.
Honourable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable member, give the member next to you, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move that in its next sitting, the House debate the EFF's promise that its MP members will resign after a year to allow others to come to Parliament.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House in its next sitting debates the crisis of a leaderless, directionless, and angry minority party pretending to be a party that can lead the nation, provide solutions of people's problems so that South Africa can move forward to prosperity and harmony. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby give a notice of a motion. At the next sitting, the House debates a need to review the regulation time allocated to political parties. That time allocated must be within the line of the support of the parties during the election time. So I move.
Remember the back.
Deputy Speaker,
I move on behalf of the ANC. I hereby give notice that in its next sitting, this House debates the role played by a DA supporting South Africa's artist Brad Bailey, who went abroad and displayed artifacts depicting how Black Africans were created in museums as exhibits. Terrible racism during our time. Typical and in line with Premier Zile's notion and attitude against black. I so move.
Honorable Adebe.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate the heroic struggle of the government and the people of Cuba in fighting colonialism in Africa and their continued support in fighting Ebola in West Africa by sending the largest number of doctors in that end of the continent. I so moved.
Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of EFF that the House in its next sitting discuss #1 killing disease in Africa, with South Africa being part of it. The disease not being malaria, HIV, or anything, but the scourge of ignorance. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
No, Honorable Member at the back there.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the intervention made by ANC government in ensuring that the restituted and redistributed land is productive for economic growth and food security. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable November.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House debates at its next sitting the living conditions of farm workers and evictions that continues to go on, especially in the Western Cape. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting debate setting up a commission of inquiry to examine carefully and exhaustively what certain members of the disparate alliance are smoking, because clearly their behavior shows this substance cannot be legal. Thank you.
I move on behalf of the ANC. Oh, sorry. Comrade Lindy, sorry. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debates the value of bringing up South African children with love to prevent their running to the streets to become children living and working in the streets. Cooperatives is one of the key instruments that can be used as an economic way of bringing them into normal life. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Maseko. Honorable Matlala.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that this House at its next sitting debates the assertion of former leader of the DA that the only thing that inspires ordinary DA MPs is job security, a dislike for the ANC president. There are no good great causes that the DA stands for, only job security and pleasing the madam. I so move.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable
Deputy
member at the
Speaker.
back.
On a point of order, that member on the other side said someone is going to kiss Uzuma. Uzuma is the president of this country. I think he must be respected accordingly.
Yeah. Honorable member, but do wait until you are recognized, please. Yeah. Honorable members, you are out of order. Honorable member, you who are standing up and giving others a hand, you are out of order. You've been standing up here and practically out of order. And honorable members, we did say that this offensive reference to members of this House, including the President, is out of order and is wrong. Honorable Maseko.
Piniliga Somlomo Baba. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that this House at its next sitting debate the importance of investing in research on indigenous medicine as part of innovation and preservation of indigenous knowledge. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the EFF, I rise to move that the House in its next sitting debates the true history of pre-colonial Africa, restoring the dignity of Africans by outlining their historical and scientific advances. Thank you.
Honorable member at the back. Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the only revolutionary party in South Africa called the African National Congress, I rise to say in this House, in the next sitting, this House must debate the illegal and irresponsible act of land invasions that is being instigated by the so-called ultra-left, so-called thinking they are revolutionary, called EFF, in the areas of Nelmapias in Tshwane, because this is actually giving a wrong notion to the people of South Africa. So I move.
Honorable Mayenge.
Enkosi Sekela Somlomo. Ndithi mandiqinqe apha egameni likagxalaba libanzi lokuthwala ingxaki zaseMzantsi Afrika. Ndibongoze lendlu ukuthi ikihlale iphicothe ingotsetse eyenzekayo kweli lempuma lentshona Kapa apho uhlanga olumnyama oluphiliswa ngokungathi lungabahambi emhlabeni walo. Lendlu inike uxanduva isebe lokwakhiwa kwezindlu kwakhelwe abantu bakuthi izindlu elizweni labo. Ndisarhoxa.
Honorable Kanako.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House debates in its next sitting DA's physical attack on members of the South African Police Services, thereby encouraging and perpetuating killing of the members of the South African Police Service in their line of duty. By their actions, they have conveyed an unlawful message to those who refuse to obey the law and are involved in criminal activities that the police have no protection even from members of parliament. Further, that the House censures DA members who were involved in this barbaric act. I so move.
Honorable Fabs.
Point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I submit to you that that motion is out of order. If a motion of that nature would have to be a substantive motion as it's moved against members of this House, and I'd submit that it be withdrawn.
I'll get advice. I'll come back to you now. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC
that the House in its next sitting debates the corruption and fraud in housing allocation in the DA municipality in Bito, where 2 DA leaders sold houses and allocated friends and family and DA members instead of the rightful beneficiaries. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to give notice that the House in its next sitting debate the blatant undermining of rules of employment in the public service by the Western Cape government, that the Western Cape Premier establish a 2-person panel commission of inquiry on the conduct of police in the Western Cape, that the commission leader made recommendation that included the creation of a new post of police ombudsman, and the same person appointed without advertising nor interviews conducted, criteria being just to spite the African National Congress. So I move.
Honorable members, before I proceed, I would like to make the following remark. The earlier reference that the Honorable Chief Whip raised is that reference was to the party. And this is what I want to say as I proceed, that notices of motion are subject to the rules of debate. In other words, members are not allowed to reflect on the integrity of other members of the House, nor are you allowed to use language that is unbecoming or offensive. The language used in the notices of motion thus far has far from being acceptable. I also want to remind honorable members of the House that since the 1st of November 2014, all members are subject to the provisions of the Code of Ethical Conduct, which includes not bringing the House into disrepute. I appeal to members to keep that in mind in your engagement with one another. Thank you very much. Honorable Member?
Deputy Speaker, can I get clarity from you, please?
Yes.
Are you ruling that motion that made allegations against members of this House, the fact that they should be censured, is in terms of the rules?
I haven't said anything of that sort. I have said to you, honorable members, that we must be careful of what we are saying according to these rules here. And if need be, we will come back to you in addition to what I have already said about the nature and the content of members' notices of motion here. That all of you are subject to the rules and none of you is exempt from that, irrespective of which political party you belong to.
But surely if it's required to be a substantive motion of censure, a motion of censure against members of this House, it needs to be a substantive motion. If it's not, it needs to be withdrawn under notices of motion.
This is precisely what we said here, honorable member. You must remember that in what you called freedom of speech, this is an important, you are all skating on the boundary of freedom of speech. You are constantly jumping into areas that are properly out of order and irresponsible. And I'm suggesting to you, refrain from doing that.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes, honorable
just
member.
On a point of order, I mean, I just heard the Chief Whip of the DA saying that you must have a substantive motion for a motion of censure. Can I then ask why the motion on the order paper is not substantive?
Yes. Yes. Yes, honorable member, we'll come back to that now. Yes. Honorable member at the back.
Muchaviseki mupfuni wa xipikara ni susumeta hi ku yimela vandla lerikulu ra Xikwembu na Swikwembu na vanhu vandla ra African National Congress leswaku yindlo leyi eka ntshamo lowu landzelaka hi va na njhekanjhekisano hi ku burisana hi ku hungutiwa ka vugevenga ehenhla ka vana na vamanana hi vavanuna lava nga hava vutihlamuleri na leswaku swigwebo swa vona swi tlakusiwa nyana hi tlhela hi languta kumbe ku hunguta ku tiphina ka vona loko va ri emakhotsweni Khotso a yi hundzuki ndhawu ya ku xupula na ku correcta ku nga vi ndhawu ya ku tiphina. Ni susumeta leswaku hi ya swi langutisa. Inkomu.
Honorable members, just an additional point of information that it is customary that all notices of motion are going to be subjected to scrutiny to ensure that they are, in fact, in terms of the rules. And if they are not, members will be called to be told that theirs in particular is out of order. If it is, naturally, if it is not, that will be the matter. So we do, including sanctions that may be necessary, that may be appropriate if what you said in the House is found to be not in order. So do remember that, bear that in mind as you speak and you issue your notices of motion, that it does not mean because maybe nothing happened today, it will not happen. So we do wish to remind you, please stay within the boundaries of acceptable language. It is better that way. It will also keep the tempers in the House lower and lower. Let's proceed. Yes, oh, wait, honorable member at the back. Honorable member at the back.
On behalf of the ANC, I hereby give notice that in its next sitting, the racist nature of the DA, in that whereas they were part of the racist parliament of the past, they have not and still refuse to apologize for their deeds. I so move.
Honorable Forbes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I wish to propose that at the next sitting of the House, that this House debates the obligation on all state organs of state to procure goods that are on the designated list and conforms with local content requirements. Further, that measures to ensure this message and the need for the verification of goods by the South African Bureau of Standards is effectively disseminated for the positive impact of verified goods procurement on quality service delivery in all provinces. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate the lack of responsible political debate from DA and EFF. I thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters, which is the government in waiting, rises to move that the House in its next sitting discuss the value of mother tongue education for the first 4 years of primary education, with English being introduced as a medium of instruction from grade 5. I so move.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate the escalating racist attacks against black people by white supremacists in the Western Cape province. That these heinous crimes against black people in this province are as a result, among others, of the fight back slogans of the Democratic Alliance in this province. I so move.
Honorable person.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the ANC-led government. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the appropriate balance of the local and international student enrollment by the South African universities in order to address the skills shortage and unemployment in our country. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Makubele.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move that this House debates the positive effects and spin-off from the Land Recapitalization and Restitution Program. The lives of our people have changed for the better as beneficiaries of the Land Restitution and Recapitalization Program. The success of this project and this program can only mean that the ANC government is committed to changing the lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the integration and ownership by communities and the previously disadvantaged within the ocean and coastal mainstream economy. I thank you.
Honorable members, it looks like we've come to the end of our time for notices of motion. Honorable members, we now wish to move to the next item, motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable.
Yes. Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House knows that in 1989, the United Nations proclaimed 20 November as Africa Industrialization Day. Further notes that the day is intended to mobilize the commitment of the international community to the industrialization of Africa. Recognizes that Africa is becoming one of the world's fastest growing economies, even though many of its people are still living in poverty. Believes that Africa needs to work together to foster job creation and entrepreneurship throughout the continent as critical ways to build a more prosperous and sustainable future for all. Further believes that the promotion of intra-African trade can also assist in building a more prosperous and sustainable future for all, and calls upon African governments, the private sector, civil society, and international community to support and jointly work towards the realization of industrialization of Africa. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Further motions without notice? Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters rise to move without notice that the House notes the meeting held with opposition party leaders with Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, welcomes the intervention to seek a political solution to the political crisis seen in this fifth parliament, acknowledges that the Powers and Privileges Committee had lost credibility and integrity for refusing to acknowledge the concerns opposition parties had raised. Further welcome the establishment of a political oversight committee where opposition can raise the various issues raised in this House. Notes this as a victory for multi-party democracy. Commend opposition parties for their firm stance against bullying tactics of the ruling party. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Okay, motion falls away. Any further motions without notice? Honorable Nakula.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the ANC raises its banner to our sportspersons who are playing rugby in Europe and cricket in Australia, and Bafana Bafana who have qualified for the Soccer African Cup of Nations next year, for keeping the South African flag flying high, believing that the Springboks, the Proteas, and Bafana Bafana will again lift the world trophies in their respective sports codes. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House, 1, notes the brutal and needless murder of 9-year-old Bonang Bridget Selai next to the stadium in Zone 3, Sebokeng, on Sunday, 9 November 2014. 2, also notes that the motive for this murder appears to have been to obtain body parts, as many of these were removed from the corpse. 3, further notes that the Democratic Alliance condemns such murders in the strongest possible terms. 4, calls for this House to join together in its efforts to protect all of our children and to encourage any person who has any knowledge relating to such murders, whether before or after the fact, to report such knowledge to their nearest police station. 5, conveys our sincere condolences to the family of Bonang Bridget Selai. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Any further notices without motion? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The EFF rise to move without notice that the House notes since 4 August this year, boycott, divestment, and sanction South Africa began a campaign to boycott Woolworth over its trade relation with Israel following the war in Gaza. Note that Public Investment Corporation is the majority shareholder in Woolworth, which will hold its AGM on the 26th of this month. Further note that we also engage in the call to boycott apartheid South Africa as a non-violent campaign to isolate the racist state until it respects equal rights of black and white South Africans. Further note that Palestinians have also asked the world to boycott, divest, and sanction Israel institution to return the potent gift of international solidarity until Palestine and Israel enjoy equal rights. Condemn Woolworth for continuing to ignore call to end its trade relation with Israel, which illegally occupies Palestine territory. Further commend BDS South Africa for its tireless work and support its action to encourage South Africa to boycott Woolworth. Encourage all shareholders of Woolworth to recognize that their continued trade relation with the abnormal state of Israel normalize the oppression of Palestine and therefore makes us complicit in their rights. Remember the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu when he said, "If you remain neutral in the face of oppression, you have joined the side of oppressor." Encourage South Africans to support the protest at Woolworth AGM on the 26th of this month. Further encourage all to boycott Woolworth until it ends its trade with Israel. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Chair, ACDP objects. Thank you.
All right. The motion, the notice therefore falls away. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice that the House acknowledges that the rand is standing firm against the dollar, given the challenges that seize Japan's economic challenges. We acknowledge that the rand climbed to 1.04% to 11.019 against the dollar, which is at a strongest point since October. And further notes that market analyst Sean McClellan indicated that this move is enough to distract attention from the economic fundamental weaknesses of South Africa. and also acknowledges that government bonds were also buoyed by the yen sell-off by shedding 7.82% basis points, and will kindly await the announcement of the consumer inflation number by the new governor of the Reserve Bank, Mr. Lesetja Kganyago, after the first policy meeting that will take place later. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable Member, unfortunately, my attention has been drawn to the fact that your motion wasn't circulated and therefore cannot be read, should not have been read. Honorable Members, any further notices without motion? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House knows that 25th November is commemorated as an International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Further knows that the date of November 25 was chosen to commemorate the Mirabal sisters, 3 political activists who the Dominican ruler Rafael Trujillo ordered to be brutally assassinated in 1960. Recalls that the United Nations Secretary General's campaign, Unite to End Violence Against Women, has proclaimed the 25th of each month Orange Day, whereby people of the world are called upon to wear something orange on the 25th of every month to highlight its calls for the eradication of violence against women without reservation, equivocation, or delay. Acknowledges that violence against women continues to be a global pandemic, with up to 70% of women experiencing violence in their lifetime. Believes that violence against women and girls is not inevitable, and therefore prevention is possible and essential. Supports this year the Unite campaign, which is extending Orange Day to 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, starting November 25, International Day to End Violence Against Women, through December 10, Human Rights Day, and calls upon all South African men and women alike to become agents of change for a noble cause to end the violence that affects an estimated 1 in 3 women in her lifetime, as well as government to tighten, enact, and enforce laws aimed at eradication of this scourge. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honorable Mudau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes reports that an obscene amount of 15 million rands of taxpayers' money was wasted by the city of Tshwane to feed its employees for the month of August. Also notes that the 15 million rand was allegedly spent on takeaways for staff members of the city who worked overtime. Acknowledges that on average, 12 million South Africans go to bed hungry every single night. Further acknowledges that spending 15 million rands on takeaways in 1 month alone is a gross mismanagement and waste of municipal funds. Conveys our deep concern to the city of Tshwane for this inappropriate spending of public money that should have been used to provide essential services to the people of Tshwane, and encourages the staff, members, and officials who signed off on these orders to set an example of leading a healthier lifestyle given the distressing levels of obesity in our country. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
There is an objection from the ANC.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are objecting to that.
No. Objection, the motion falls away. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice.
Order, members.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance of this House, notes that on the 11th of November 2014, 2 suspects were arrested on Northway, Durban North, after a car chase and shootout with Durban North police officers. 2 also notes that the chase started after a special operations unit from the station spotted the vehicle acting suspiciously. Further notes that the police officers from other units joined in the chase before the suspect's vehicle opened fire on the police, after which police officers returned fire, bringing the car to a halt. Acknowledges that the vehicle used by the suspects was found to contain stolen police pistols, a police bulletproof vest, and a police radio.
Further acknowledges the excellent and vigilant work by the visible police commander for that station, Colonel Glamuka, and her team, including the field unit. 6, commends the bravery of the officers involved for bringing these criminals to book. And finally, calls on South Africans to continue to support the South African Police Service in the fight against crime in their communities. So I move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we want to make a correction on the objection. We withdraw that objection.
Of the previous motion. Yeah. On Swani, yes, that will be recorded. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters rise to move without notice that the House notes that this year marks the 33 years since the death or the passing away of the reggae hero Bob Marley. Bob Marley will be remembered for promoting marijuana for recreational use and also for medicinal use. Bob Marley also will be remembered for fighting for Africans in the diaspora and for Africans all over the world. The EFF notes that it will be important for the country at some stage to nationalize all natural resources, including marijuana. This will be important to make sure that the substance is actually turned into an economic activity, to make sure that things like fabric making and all sorts of other things that are important to grow our economy, because this indeed is an African herb.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. I put the motion. No objection. No objections, agreed to. Honorable member, I'm doing so because in South Africa, some things are illegal. So the rules will be checked whether we are within the appropriate ranks to do this. But otherwise, there was no objection, so it will be recorded as acceptable. Yeah. Any further motions without notice? Honorable Kalako.
Deputy Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that on Friday, 14 November 2014, South Africa's one-day captain A.B. de Villiers was named ODI Cricketer of the Year by the International Cricket Council. Further notes that de Villiers and pace bowler Dale Steyn were the 2 Proteas picked in the ICC Test Team of the Year and were joined by Quinton de Kock as the 3 names were also in the ODI Team of the Year. Acknowledges that in total there were 11 individual awards as well as 2 ICC Teams of the Year for Tests and ODIs, and congratulates de Villiers on his achievements and for raising South African flag high.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Any further notices without motion? These members who have their hands up, have your motion notices have been circulated? If they haven't, please don't even think. Yeah, what are you raising, Honourable Member? Honourable members, are there any further notices without motion? None. Honourable members, we now move to the motion on the order paper. And the last item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition. Sort out the watch there. Honorable members, order.
Thank you very much,
Proceed,
Deputy
Honorable.
Speaker. Can I proceed? Honorable members, yesterday morning, leaders of opposition parties met and had a positive meeting with the Deputy President. The meeting was convened by the Deputy President after the shameful events of last week, Thursday, with the incursion of the SEPs into this chamber and the events of the recent months, all of which have shaken our confidence in the ability of this House to perform its constitutional duty and hold government to account. At the meeting yesterday, Deputy President agreed that the rules of Parliament needed to be applied fair and in a consistent way, and that this was the only way in which honorable members could have confidence in presiding officers. We will, in fact, participate in the informal committee of political leaders formed in yesterday's meeting. But let me make it clear that our participation does not mean we ought to be co-opted. We hope that the Deputy President is able to provide leadership. But let me also say, what happened here last week was not a parliamentary crisis. It's in fact an ANC crisis. If the rules had been applied fairly, it would have never happened. And most importantly, if the President of the Republic obeyed the rules of Parliament and came here to answer questions, we would not have had what happened last week. In fact, this is what is at the heart of this whole issue. Our President is absent without leave. He's failing in his constitutional duty and obligation to appear here in Parliament. And the majority of this House will in fact turn a blind eye, will filibust, will use riot police to protect one person, President Zuma. It can't be accepted. We will not accept this. We will not allow the rules to be broken and the Constitution to be disregarded. This is why we believe that, notwithstanding our discussions yesterday with the Deputy President, that the House must show some sign, some firm indication that it does not condone or approve of what President Zuma is doing. In fact, I would even argue that it's in fact precisely in the spirit of yesterday that we must strengthen accountability. Honorable members, we cannot rebuild the credibility of this House or its presiding officers until President Zuma obeys the rules and answers oral questions. So I was deeply heartened by the meeting yesterday. It affirmed the principle of executive accountability. But one of my saddest things is that it fell short. It didn't provide a date for when the President will appear. When Parliament rises on Friday, we realize that it's not likely that the President will appear. Yet this matter is of such importance, in fact of such principle, that I would like to call on all members in this House to consider a special sitting next week at which the President is willing to appear. Time consideration should not prevent this House from fulfilling its constitutional obligation to hold the executive to account. There's not another place in the workplace that in fact shuts its business by the 21st of November. We must continue to make sure the President must come here before the end of 2014. You see, honorable members, when the first democratic parliament was constituted, the people of this country rightly filled themselves with pride of a growing democracy. Our new constitution was adopted. President Nelson Mandela had profound respect for the constitution and the spirit with which it was written. He embraced the opportunity to appear in Parliament, to answer questions, and to actively engage members. Sadly, what has happened is that this legacy has crumbled. The ideal of the National Assembly that allows for an open and inclusive dialogue has been shattered by an ANC majoritarianism. And today, in place of having President Jacob Zuma in this House so that we can debate with the President, we are forced to debate about the President. Honorable members, Section 91 and 92 of the Constitution vest in Parliament the profound responsibility of holding the President to account. It's this House that elects the President, and it's this House that must hold him to account. Not an imbizo, not another meeting, it's this House. Therefore, Rule 111 of the National Assembly makes it clear of the President's obligation to this House, and there's no different interpretation. the president must appear before this house at least once a quarter. But the president has failed to obey these rules. Last week, the assembly was dragged into disarray. The president was allowed to escape accountability again, and the ANC steamrolled the opposition by exonerating him on the upgrades on his personal house. Over the past 5 years, the allegations against the president have grown to include a long list of impeachable offenses. But he's backed by the majority by Luthuli House every step of the way. If the DA is relentless in asking difficult questions, it's because the president has a lot to answer for. Yet the truth is that to suggest that there must be a friendly atmosphere in this house is completely irrelevant to whether or not the president must obey his constitutional obligation. Therefore, honorable members, I ask you that we didn't want to move this amendment. We believe that, in fact, we must censure the president. We are forced to put that censure against the president to send a strong message to President Zuma that he must appear. We must send a message that Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is a proud and an independent defender of our constitution. Let us not be co-opted into the agenda of Luthuli House. Let us stand as Parliament and protect the institution. Vote to censor the president. I thank you.
Honorable Mutshekga.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, yesterday we welcomed the multi-party agreement facilitated by Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, leader of government business. The agreement sought to reaffirm Parliament as a representative of the people with responsibility for ensuring government by the people under the Constitution, to restore the dignity, integrity, and standing of this Parliament, and to end disruptions which had come to characterize the sittings of this House. The African National Congress is completely taken aback by the DA's decision to proceed with his proposed motion of censure against His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, in spite of the agreement reached at yesterday's meeting by parliamentary parties. Renegating on this agreement, a mere 24 hours after it was agreed, the DA acted dishonestly, dishonorably, and undermined the entire political intervention by Honorable Deputy President. The dishonest and dishonorable conduct of the DA confirms that they are responsible for the destruction of the dignity, integrity, and standing of this Parliament. The conduct of the DA has brought this Parliament and our country into disrepute, destroying the culture of substantive quality debates and introducing insulting language and personal attacks on the Speaker of this House and the President. The culture of disrupting the House each time they differ with the ANC. By renegating on the multi-party agreement, the DA shows that they have no interest in the joint effort to rescue Parliament from further decay by restoring orderliness in the House and preservation of the integrity of Parliament and making the institution functional. It is a slap in the face for all parties involved in this process. The DA's conduct clearly illustrates that the DA cannot be trusted as
order. Allow the member to speak.
Cannot be trusted as a reliable and mature negotiating partner.
I therefore stand here on behalf of the African National Congress, our glorious movement, to bury the motion of censure and to call for the revival of the report of the Powers and Privileges Committee. The ANC cannot subject the Deputy President of the ANC and the country to Honorable Maimane, who is deliberately misleading the leaders of other political parties. Honorable Maimane is a dishonest, dishonorable man who cannot be trusted
Point of order.
as a negotiating
Honorable
partner.
member.
Point of order.
DA's
Honorable
conduct.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Honorable member, the language you use, you know you're not supposed to do so. Please withdraw it.
I withdraw and reaffirm that the conduct of Honorable Maimane is dishonest and dishonorable. The DA's conduct.
Speaker.
No, honorable.
The conduct, not the person. Well, I withdraw. The conduct of Honorable Maimane has rendered yesterday's agreement meaningless, unworkable, and null and void. And as the African National Congress, we call on the DA to accept responsibility for wanting this parliament not to work as an honorable parliament. The ANC wishes to take this opportunity to reaffirm the duty of the President and members of the executive to appear before and account to this House. Secondly, to place on record that proper accounting to this House requires a conducive climate and orderliness, characteristics of the modern and civilized legislature. We note that President Zuma and his cabinet members have always been and remain prepared to appear before this House and account properly. Since the opening of this term, President Zuma has appeared more than 3 times. And we must place on record that President Zuma was forced, prevented, inhibited, impeded from participating in this.
Deputy Speaker.
In this House.
Honorable Mutera, please take your seat. Yes, honorable member.
Will the honourable member tell us exactly when the president has been in this
Honorable
house?
member.
Will he take a question?
Honorable Mutera.
Will he take a question?
I will not take question. I passed the exams a long time ago. I don't need other examinations. Honorable members, we must tell the people of South Africa and the world that the motion of censure brought by the DA is repugnant to the spirit and letter of the agreement of all political parties which met yesterday. The authors of this absurd and irrational motion have short memories. What we should be debating today is what we need to do to remedy the image of this parliament. And my friends on the left must be told up front that their constitutional illiteracy has brought us where we are now. They must be told that we would not be where we are had they understood the Constitution, which says that the public protector can take remedial actions, but remedial actions of the public protector are not binding and enforceable. And they came here running with a slogan, pay back on the basis of a misunderstanding of the Constitution of the Republic. And the African National Congress took the view that those remedial actions are not binding and enforceable. And a Western Cape High Court vindicated us. So your campaign has fallen flat on his stomach. You also need to be reminded that this parliament operates on the basis of the rule of law. And the ad hoc committee established by this House has come up with a roadmap to deal with the security safeguards at Nkandla. And therefore, the noise that you make about Nkandla are irregular because there is a roadmap in terms of which the matters will be addressed and be brought back to this parliament. We must tell our people that your misunderstanding of the Constitution and the law has created political and moral degeneration in this parliament and created a hostile environment which makes it impossible for the Speaker of the House and the President to operate before this House. And therefore, you must take responsibility for what is happening in this House. I also would want to remind you with due respect, that we are living in a constitutional state. We don't wake up every morning and create new rules. All of you know that this parliament has a rules committee. If you want to change the rules, go and make proposals to the rules committee and don't sit here and try to change the rules. I must tell you up front that there is no factual, legal, constitutional basis for the president to be censured. So you are
your time has expired.
no basis for a motion of censorship. Go and forget.
Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable members, order, honorable members, order.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. You know, I always feel very sorry for the Honourable Macheka. It must have been so humiliating being publicly sacked as a chief whip, and he's been singing every time in this House for a redeployment. Shame on him. Let's just debunk the Deputy President's suggestion that the Democratic Alliance has reneged on the agreement. I don't know if those members on that side of the House have actually read the agreement, but if they had read it very carefully,
Honorable members, please, you're not allowed to do what you're doing. You know that. Please don't do that.
They would know for sure that in fact this motion underscores everything that was in this agreement yesterday when it comes to parliamentary accountability. But you know what? We know, because the ANC's caucus leaks like a sieve, we know what happened in that caucus last night. The Deputy President got excoriated by his radicals in his party. He needs an out. He needs an out, and he's trying to pin it on the Democratic Alliance. Shame on him. Honourable Suzani says that he was shocked that we've moved our motion. Well, that's very strange because it was by agreement with all of the whips yesterday. This motion before us today is about constitutional accountability. It's about upholding the rules of Parliament. If Rule 111 is allowed to fall, it has the potential to unstitch all the rules. We're not calling for the president to be fired. We're calling for this House to express its dissatisfaction that he has violated the rules of Parliament. The problem is that the ANC is running out on their constitutional duty. And the Deputy President and Mr. Honourable Macheka would have us come here and say we are very, very grateful. Thank you very much for agreeing to get the President, the Executive and the Speaker to do what they're obliged to do in terms of the Constitution. There's nothing special in that. And isn't it funny that when members on this side of the House break the rules, they're named, they're suspended, they're set upon by the jackboot-clad police forces and beaten for upholding democracy. And so, today on this debate and on this vote, you're either for this House defending the Constitution or you're for this House defending the President. You're for this House upholding the rules on a fair and consistent basis, or you're for the rules only applying to the members of the opposition. You're either for the holding of the President to account, or you're allowing him to get out of his accountability to this House. I know a great deal about it. But I would urge members to actually go back and read this document. Reaffirm respect for the rules and procedures and structures of Parliament. Work together to ensure that the rules and procedures are applied consistently, fairly, without fear, favour or prejudice, and that includes for number one. He's not excluded, he's not immune to the rules. And so when you don't have the rules applying to him, why should they apply to any other member of this House? You talk about us undermining the Speaker. If anything's undermining the Speaker and the rulings of this House, it's your unstitching of Rule 111 and your defence of President Zuma at all costs.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Can the Honourable Member take a question?
I'll answer questions when the President comes to answer his. And you see the big difference between the Democratic Alliance and the ANC, and boy, is the clear blue water out here today. The DA is the party of accountability. The DA is the party of upholding the Constitution. The DA is the party for upholding the rules of this Parliament. Our principles are not for sale, like some buffalo at a game auction to the highest bidder. We are prepared to work with anybody to make this Parliament work, but we will not, under any circumstances, allow us to be co-opted into this ongoing ANC racket to protect Jacob Zuma at all costs and to use this House and to abuse its rules in order to do so. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mbata.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I would like to state in advance that the economic freedom fighters do not have permanent friends. We have permanent interest. If the agreement of yesterday falls apart, the biggest losers is us. We would like to state that we support the agreement facilitated by the Deputy President yesterday morning. When we came to this house, we read the rules. And the rule says the President shall come 4 times per calendar year. What that means, it means we are expecting a President to address us per quarter. What that means, it means also the President, since even though he's not a member of the House, but is elected by the House, by his obligation, he has an obligation to share from time to time his thoughts, his view, his vision of the country with this House. If the President is unable to come to the House, let there be a reasonable account as to why the President is not able to come to the House. If there is a problem as a result of pending political differences, the stature of Deputy President did a wonderful negotiation job yesterday morning. And we believe that that kind of effort should be ongoing. We are not the enemies of this democracy. The only thing we ever wanted, the only thing we will not take, is to be bullied in the name of being told we are young. We are not young. We have ideas. We just want to inform our counterparts in the benches of the ANC. If you can take a step back and look at everything we say and look at everything we put forward, we are not a distraction machine. We are not a bomb waiting to happen. All we ever wanted was our views to be known because we were voted here. And if that is a problem, then it means then democracy had different interpretations for others with different views. Please spare a moment, think about the things we believe in, and then undertake to understand where we come from. We never said we have permanent friends here. We said we will view those who agree, those who support our violation from time to time. Our president stood here and said, we are willing to work with the ruling party, provided it's able to share many of the views that we share, which are not illegal. There are things that South Africans envy and wish they could happen one day. In fact, in your own document, Ready to Govern, majority of the things sits right there. Your 1991 conference in Durban, Westville, majority of the things sits right there. All we ever wanted was to be told that we have views, not to be rubbished,
Honorable
not to
member,
be ignored.
time is expired.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's a pity that everybody is so hot here, and I think we need some calmness in this House because millions of South Africans are watching us, and I think we've got to behave with decorum and dignity in this House. And I just want to start off, Honorable Deputy Speaker, with what my leader, the IFP's leader, the Honorable Prince Buthelezi, explained in yesterday's meeting with the Deputy President. He said, whilst we disagree with the idea that members of the executive can only account to Parliament if they are not criticized, the members of the executive must account to Parliament if they are criticized or not. That is something that they must accept. They must take a punch and be able to take it fairly and squarely. The Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly must be adhered to. Even when it is awkward, the executive must account to Parliament. And that is our view. Having said that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is a pity that the Honorable Macheka is talking about the wrong report tonight. We're not talking about Nkandla, we're not talking about the public protector. There's still a lot of debate on the public protector, and the Constitutional Court would still have to give us a ruling on that. It is also a pity that he comes here on behalf of the ruling party and says this kind of agreement that all leaders of political parties agreed to is null and void. It is unfortunate that he says that because we still believe as the IFP in the terms and conditions of that agreement. We feel it can work, and we appeal to all reasonable people in this House to allow that process to take its course. It's unfortunate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that in cricketing parlance, when you score 1-1-1, it's a Nelson, and they say it's bad luck. And it's unfortunate that Rule 111 in our book of rules also talk about the President having to appear in this House. We would like to see that the process that takes place next week, between all the leaders of the political party would resolve this impasse, and that the President comes to this House to fulfill his constitutional mandate sooner rather than later. I think not only we members of this House deserve it, but South Africa deserves to hear the President responding on many of the issues and questions that we raise. It's only 4 times a year that he has to come here, and we don't think it's difficult for him to appear in this House. But having said that, we must ensure there is decorum and respect in this House. For anybody, every member has a right to hear and a right to be heard. And unfortunately, that does not happen many, many times in this House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we would like to be given an opportunity later on in the debate when you are putting the question as the IFP to propose an amendment to the motion in terms of 96C, and I trust that when that opportunity avails itself, you will give us that opportunity to move an amendment to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kubisa.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, thank you for the opportunity. From the outset, let me say that it's true that the Constitution of the country provides for the President to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the country. So the President must defend the Constitution of the country, and the President has to defend the unity of the nation. But also we members of the House have got a responsibility to ensure that we uphold the Constitution of the country. So it is a twin process. We also have a responsibility to ensure that the public out there has confidence in us. I think the agreement that was reached yesterday between the Deputy President and the leaders of parties chronicled a new chapter in our parliament, which can take us forward if we work together and ensure that the dignity, the integrity of this House is restored to where it should be. I think we can do that if we work together. It doesn't mean that there is anyone who is exonerated from executing his or responsibility. Of course, members of the executive must come to this House to account, and we have a responsibility to ensure that we do our oversight as members of the House. But of course, it's very important that there is order in this House. When we members of this House come out with motions that do not serve this House, we drown the House, and of course, we put this House into disarray, and we put this House into jeopardy, and even the security of this House is compromised. These are all matters that should be taken into cognizance. So the dignity and the integrity of the House is very paramount. It has been severely compromised, but we do have a chance. We can still restore it if we work together. That's why, therefore, as the NFP, we believe that the steps that have been taken for the parties to come together, to work together and find a solution to ensure that they put this parliament on track, that must be honored. That must be taken seriously because it can help all of us. The public must have confidence in us. Executive must ensure that they come and report. Of course, we want as Parliament to have the President coming to the House. Of course, we have received an assurance that the President, even before we close, will come to the House. But there should be order. We must conduct ourselves properly to ensure that we are able to work smoothly. I think from the side of the NFP, we say there's still hope. We can still forge ahead together. We can still work together. We all have a responsibility to ensure we take the process forward. All of us within this House can do something to ensure that we restore the dignity and the integrity of this Parliament. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Barbara Mulder.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, this place called Parliament is a rather dangerous place. If you lose your credibility in this place, it's very, very difficult to ever get it back. We all understand and would like to see the dignity and integrity of Parliament to be restored. Nobody can be against that. But you will not succeed in doing that if you think you can address the symptoms and not the cause of the problem. The agreement of yesterday Nobody can differ with that agreement. What did that agreement basically say? It said basically that we all will act responsibly, that we will stay within the rules of Parliament, and that we will act in that way. But such an agreement can never mean that the opposition now becomes silenced and co-opted, and that they are not allowed to put on the table the things that they are entitled to do. It can never mean that. The opposition can never allow themselves to be co-opted and to be silenced in that way. Chairperson, my concern is, you don't need us. I've got news for you, Honourable Member, Honourable Minister. Go and read your constitution. It says this House is the place where the wishes of all the people in this country are heard, not only of the majority. Not only the majority, you don't know your own constitution. But you see, Honourable Deputy Speaker, you see, the Constitution clearly states in Section 83B that the President should uphold and defend the Constitution. And then the next point says, in doing so, he must enhance the unity of the Republic. Now the problem is that is not happening. It's no use to say we want to keep the executive to account. Rule 111 says the President should come to this House at least once a quarter. Now if you say to me, well, we're not going to do that. Why should we take any other rule in this book seriously? Why? Tell me why. Why? We must behave. The Honourable Minister says we must behave. You see, Minister, it takes me back to the point I started off. If you are credible, if people take you seriously, if you answer the questions being put to you, the House will behave. But if you don't do that, people don't respect you. If you think you can get away where 246 million rand of taxpayers being spent on your house, people will not respect you. My concern is, I think the Honourable ANC caucus, once again, listened with all due respect to the Honourable Motshega in his advice. He gave you the wrong advice the last time around as well when he advised you on the motion of no confidence. Don't you learn anything. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable Lekota.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Dear colleagues, the people of South Africa are watching anxiously to see what is happening here. All of us were elected because the people of our country believed that we would deliver to them a working parliament. This is not, what has been happening in the last few weeks is not a working parliament. We owe it to the people of South Africa to conduct the business of this House in such a way, in fact, the two houses, in such a way that South Africans can see that we are governing responsibly and delivering outcomes that make them proud that we are dealing with the issues facing them. The agreement worked out yesterday between leaders of opposition parties and including the Speaker of the ruling party, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, under the chairpersonship of the Deputy President, the leader of government business, is the only reliable way in which we could have returned this House to orderly, productive ways. And unless we go that route, we will not be able to deliver what we ought to deliver. We must do this. We went there to find a way to normalize the situation and stabilize Parliament. But what is happening now is that we have fallen right back to where we were trying to come out of. And we must make a call, the Congress of the People makes a call that we must return to an agreement that all of us worked out together. We must give it a chance to operate. Only those who do not want to see a productive parliament can be happy with what is going on here. And so many of us, it's not a blame game, many of us have given years in exile, years suffering in communities here. We have so many people in our country whose only hope is a productive work out of this house. We really owe it to them because they've given us an opportunity by putting trust in us to maintain and run a parliament that's productive. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister of Defence and Military Veterans.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me start by appealing for the following from all of us. That as we gather here to defend the integrity of Parliament and its rules, we should do so in a manner in which we respect the right of all who speak here to have their say without disruption. This must apply even if some of the members may be raising issues that may make us feel hot under the collar. We will all have a chance. Honorable members, I take it that those who presented the draft motion did so because they considered the issue to be a serious one, as we also do. That therefore, we will all accord the debate the respect and seriousness which requires. Allow me to quote from the preamble of the Constitution, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity." I want to start, Datu Shenge, by thanking you for maintaining your dignity and the decorum of the House in the manner in which you've done throughout this period. And this applies not just to you, but the team was led by yourself. And I would want to say the same about the NFP. I would want to say the same about COPE. And I agree, Honorable Terra, with everything which you have said, and to you, Dr. Mulder, and to the UDM. I think that it is the correct thing to do. And these are some of the things which we need to listen to and take advice, take heed, at least, of the calls made, and to you, Honorable Godi, leading the APC. Today, this House, this National Assembly of our country's legislature has been convened once again to deliberate an important question about the kind of society our people have fought for, and whether, as the leadership, we are still on the right track towards the attainment thereof. In order to properly understand the events that led to this draft resolution, as submitted by the Opposition Alliance, we may need, as members for the first time, to extend a rare courtesy to one another and address the issue with honesty. In the highly unlikely event that we could indeed manage to be honest, we will all agree that the motion we are called upon to debate here today is not the main event. Neither is it at the core of the problems bedeviling this august House, on which our people have no choice but to look to for solutions to their plight. With honesty, we would all quickly agree that if the issue before us was simply one about infringement of the rules, then the place to start would be a debate on this kind. The rules of Parliament were developed with a purpose to ensure that Parliament is able to function and execute its mandate in an orderly and effective manner, to ensure that all of us, despite our different degrees of ego and differing levels of dramatization, will read from the same book regarding conduct in Parliament. To the extent that this is the purpose of the rules, then the rules should require no debate because the mechanisms to enforce the rules are clearly established. Honorable Chair, have the rules become inadequate or have they failed in their purpose? And my answer is no. Honorable members, as I indicated, our rules and the various mechanisms for enforcement are not in question, not even by the presenters of this motion. Why then is it that the debate on the alleged infringement of the rules is subject to a dramatic event of a debate in Parliament? After all, we told you the meaning of the word democracy. We actually drafted this constitution together, and in fact, in whose interest is this whole drama in this parliament unfolding? In order to understand the reasoning behind this motion, we need to go back to the questions about what happened on our way to the 5th parliament of our country. Immediately after the conclusion of our elections earlier this year, we had some amongst the parties represented here vowing to bring a disrupted stint to the term of parliament. This was characterized by pronouncements ranging from simple matters as the dressing code, refusal to accept official accommodation in parliament, to the grand scheme of frustrating parliament to move on an issue of utilizing its own rules. We also had certain members who continue to push a motion of no confidence in the president, which they started in the previous term, despite the fact that this president had just been re-elected and given the real motion of confidence by the people that matter, the voters of the country. This, however, did not stop them, because what they were really after was something not about the people or the rules of the House. It was bigger, and it is the main event. In other words, we've had since day one, when we were sworn into this House, a group of people who were bent on ensuring that if they were not elected into the majority of the people, then they would make sure that they render this parliament unworkable. And in order to achieve this, the opposition has vowed that, provoked or not, they will undermine the rules of this House, and that they should be allowed to do so with impunity. Why is it that when a clear demonstration of ungovernability and disregard of rules is done day in and day out in the very House by members of the opposition, we are ending up discussing the sanctioning of the president for infringing the rules?
Honorable Minister, please take your seat for a while.
Will the Minister take a question?
Yes, I will, on condition, Chair, that it does not take my time.
Proceed,
Yes.
Honorable Minister. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister is giving us a lecture
Honourable-
on complying with the rules.
Honourable
But
Minister.
Would the Minister explain
Honourable Minister.
why she herself does not comply with the rules?
Please proceed. You are not going to get any extra time.
Thank you very much, honorable members. If we are serious about sanctions and respect for rules, if we were honest, then we would have correctly pinpointed that the non-appearance of the executive or any of its members was caused deliberately by the opposition. The big intention being to call for the collapse of government, and that is the main event. If we were to be honest, we would know that the president indeed did appear before this parliament as required and was stopped against the provisions of the rules from speaking when, in fact, out of the 6 questions, he was only able to respond to 2 of those because of the disruption in the debate. Truth be told, there are honorable members who thrive in chaos. Truth be told, since 1994, it is the first time in this 5th parliament that there is this kind of behavior and conduct. Truth be told, we have adopted a reconciliatory approach, a reconciliatory tone since 1994. We have sat in this parliament, we sat here with some of the worst murderers, but you never had once a member of parliament taking the podium and making accusations and labeling people murderers, and yet we're sitting here with murderers. What is this we are dealing with? What is this? What we are seeing here is a surge of racism and sexism. That is what, and unfortunately, if truth be, the president is in Botswana and is leading a bi-national commission. And I think that
members.
the manner in which we are conducting business is such that we are heightening tensions. And if I may say this, by the way, even from the left here, in particular from the Democratic Alliance, it is not everybody who is behaving in the manner in which some of you are behaving. You simply have a small group, perhaps a pack of 5 young men who are bent on disrespecting this decorum of the House. 5 young men who have absolutely no idea how this freedom came about. You read about it from the history books. Some of us have had to fight. We've had to fight to make sure that today you are where you are, and to make sure that you can even marry a white woman, a black woman, a colored woman, and an Indian woman. It was not by coincidence that those of us who fought for our people's freedom placed unity of this nation in the forefront of the definition of our goal. It is because we know the pain and suffering of a nation at each other's throats, killing each other for the cause only known by leaders of agitation. What we are flirting with is more serious than the unquenchable threats to see Zuma gone.
Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart.
Deputy Speaker, now we all know what the Constitution requires, and that is accountability by the Executive to Parliament. And other speakers have referred to Rule 111, which requires that questions must be answered. Now, President Zuma cannot escape this constitutional duty by the majority party saying that he must first be accorded respect before he answers questions. If members of the EFF are charged with contempt of Parliament for disobeying the rules of the House, then similarly, President Zuma should be held accountable for failing to comply with his constitutional duty to answer the questions at least once a term. But I understand the DA's sentiment, but you see, it's not that easy, because the wording at the moment talks about a censure, and a censure is a penalty which follows a process. So one has to have a look and take a step back. And that is why I'm grateful to the IFP, and I look forward to hearing the amendment that they are going to propose. I fully understand the sentiment from the DA and support, and we all support that, of the President coming to account to Parliament. The word censure is the problem. But the problem goes further. We as the ACDP fully support yesterday's agreement. It was a wonderful way forward. And we commend the Deputy President and the ANC and all political leaders. We need the elders of Parliament, the leaders of Parliament, to take the nation forward at this stage. The problem came that this motion was not discussed yesterday. It's a simple issue. The motion that was on the order paper should have been discussed. It was an omission by everyone. And it's a huge issue today, and the possibility is that this wonderful agreement that the public outside is all welcoming can possibly fall by the wayside. So it is a very straightforward issue. Let's all take a step back and let us, as elders of Parliament that have been here a number of years, take up leadership. The nation is looking towards us at this stage. And we can. Voters have voted us and elected us into Parliament. They expect stability. And that is why it is commendable, yesterday's initiative that was supported by all political parties. We've got the chance today. We cannot allow a motion or wordings or that, whilst we understand the sentiments, that agreement sets out the executive accountability. It sets it out. We are so close together. Should it cause such a division that a word here and there, and I fully agree that we can find a way forward of resolving this impasse. The voters outside are requiring us to resolve that. We are going to rise tomorrow. We are going to face our electorate. They're going to ask us, what did you do to bring peace and stability to this House? And I believe it is a kairos moment that we can bring peace and stability to this Parliament. Let us do it. Let us do it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Jafta.
Deputy Speaker, the people of South Africa do not deserve to be treated the way this House is treating them. The AIC is unique in its formation and in its character, and therefore will always approach the debates in this House differently. The AIC believe when the members ask the questions to the President, they are doing that for the cause of the poor masses of South Africa. And when the President answers such questions, he is answering to the public, not to the members per se. It is why, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the AIC wishes to request the members of this House to engage in the battle of ideas necessary to shape the political landscape in favor of the poor masses of the country. We are here to represent the people. It is the manner in which we engage with each other in this House that will inform the people of this country whether we represent them or we are here to pursue our own interests. We need to respect the nation, value the votes of the people, and therefore create a conducive environment for the President to account to the public by answering questions asked in this House. When dealing with the issues in this House, we need to be realistic, honest to ourselves and to the nation, not to defend wrongdoings or corrupt practices by any member of this House. We therefore need to restore the fading confidence of the public in this House by restoring its tarnished good image and then focus on what the people sent us to do here. When in this House, the AIC believes all members should abide by the rules of the National Assembly, not to select one rule to apply to one member while the rest are disrespected by the very members seeking to enforce one rule. Given the behaviors usually displayed in this House, the AIC wishes to invite all parties represented in this House to watch patiently the steady but sure growth of the AIC while many are busy welcoming their inevitable natural death, while agreeing that the President needs to answer questions in this House as required by the rules of the National Assembly and the Constitution. The AIC feels conducive climate must firstly be created by the members for that and allow the President to account to this House and to the public freely without personal attacks. I thank you.
Honorable Kluman.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Arang SA believes that the truth and justice cannot be shaken by anything. The Zuma presidency has become an irritating sore into our body politic. It is clear the President...
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kumama, please take your seat first.
This honorable member should at least show the minimum of respect for the President. You call him a Zuma presidency?
I said,
Is that his name? Is that how you call him?
Okay, Honorable.
Okay.
Right, go.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me rephrase it. The Honorable Zuma presidency has become an irritating sore into our body politic. It is clear the President is scared or he has become parliament phobic. These are the result of a compromised man, a lack of moral leadership, seduced by fraudsters and shadow characters. The President is frustrated, the Honorable President is frustrated, therefore is not thinking straight. Therefore, this country has no leadership. Honorable members, we must live or die as defenders of this Constitution. from any threat, be it corruption or abuse of power. This parliament should not be reduced into a snake that gnaws itself, nor a lion without teeth. The incompetence of the Honorable President cannot be washed by white snow or a white cloth. The stain of blood is too much. While Arang SA support the endeavor of the Deputy President to stabilize this House, it should not be a license to hide the President from his responsibility. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell these members that we should not be reduced into cowards. We must be brave and face the truth at all costs. I thank you.
Honorable Mpeti. Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In our meeting with the leader of government business yesterday, we agreed, amongst others, on a need to restore the decorum of the House by seeking to do things differently. We all agreed, we all committed. We raised the expectations of the nation that drama, disruptions, and disrespect of the rules for the past 5 months is a thing of the past. So why this debate? Deputy Speaker, we're having this debate because the DA has failed a simple test of integrity. It raises questions about whether we can reliably engage with the DA without them always seeking an advantage. Political grandstanding has been the norm since the inception of the 5th Parliament. And this motion, therefore, must be seen in that context. There is no substance, it is merely an opportunity to grandstand. The APC calls on the DA and its friends to be positive, constructive, and forward-looking, to abandon their senseless attempts to humiliate the state president at every turn. The APC wants the executive to fully account to Parliament. But we all have a duty to ensure that such an exercise must be to address the issues that affect the lives of the people who voted us to be here, and not seek to use the platform for theatrics and disrespect for the office of the President. Deputy Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the EFF. I think that the EFF was responsive to the processes that unfolded yesterday. And it does need to be acknowledged. And I would say from the APC comrades in the EFF, let us be more ideological in our approach, whether strategic or tactical, than to be transactional. I understand tactical flexibility, but all I'm saying is that the true enemies of African progress are this side. And that we should never do anything that enhances and strengthens their position. Thank you.
Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Gadi needs to know that if he sells his soul to the devil, he will always remain with one seat at best. And that's why when he came into this House, he only got a quarter of a seat, not even a full seat. He should be standing in the back of Parliament. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Defence said that she taught us the meaning of democracy. Well, she must have a very warped understanding of the word. because her party supports the storming of Parliament by riot police. The Honourable Minister also said that the opposition is undermining the rules of this House. It is not us that is refusing to come to answer questions. It's the President, the leader of your party. It is not us who comes to this House in the afternoon after agreeing to a program in the morning and try to undermine and change that program. It's the Speaker of this House, your chairperson of your party, who comes here with a blatant political agenda. Deputy Speaker, each one of us swore an oath when we entered this House. We swore to respect and uphold this Constitution. We swore to perform our functions as members of the National Assembly. If every member were true to their oath, they would vote in favour of this motion tonight. The facts of the matter are clear. Rule 111(1)(a) of the Parliamentary Rules makes it clear that the President must come to Parliament to answer questions at least once per quarter. But more importantly, the rules are backed up by the Constitution of South Africa. Taking the oath is not an excuse to simply get dressed up and stand here before the Chief Justice. It is a commitment. It is an obligation to defend our Constitution when it is under threat and undermined. So when the President refused to come before Parliament to answer questions, he is assaulting our Constitution. When the chairperson of the ANC, in her deployed capacity as Speaker of the National Assembly, refuses to ensure that the Constitution and the rules of Parliament are upheld, she too is complicit in undermining this Constitution. The very Constitution they both swore an oath to protect. Honourable members, this is a time for all of us to stand united, to stand up and be counted by protecting our Constitution. When you all stood here at the floor of Parliament in May, it must have crossed your minds that when the time comes that you would fight for the right and defend our Constitution. Well, members, that time has arrived and the time is now. Now is the time to put political differences to one side and say never, never, and never again will one person be allowed to trample our Constitution for his own enrichment and greed. It is obvious for all to see. If you do not vote in favour of the motion today, you are voting against the Constitution, you are voting against the democratic order, and you are voting against your own oath you took in this House 6 months ago. The ANC's desperate plan to have this debate stopped is an embarrassment to the party and an indictment to our Constitution. To the ANC MPs, I simply say, shame on you. 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 The actions of President Zuma and his servants here in Parliament today is an insult to the oath of office we all took. You all raised hands and are now betraying your oath, simply to protect one man. Your deception as an ANC caucus to shield number one from answering questions for his alleged corruption acts is despicable. You have allowed one man to corrupt our country, to corrupt your party, and to corrupt this Parliament. The fact of the matter is that you desperately wanted this debate to be stopped because you have nothing left to say to defend the President. And the two previous speakers from the ANC tonight are proof of that. You have tried to protect the President by manipulating the ad hoc committee on Nkandla. You have tried to protect him by not allowing questions to the President. You have deployed the chairperson of your party to the Speaker's chair, whose sole aim is to protect the Speaker, to protect the President and undermine the rules of this House. And you have sent riot police into this House to assault and intimidate opposition MPs. You have tried all these things and failed. In fact, every time the ANC has tried to cover up the stink of Nkandla, it has just made it worse. You simply can no longer defend the indefensible. The ANC wanted to stop this debate because it knows that there is no defense for what the President is doing. And you were scared of this debate simply because you had nothing else to say to defend yourself. The stench of corruption is thick in the air, and there is nothing you can do any longer to disguise that stench. How can it be that a party with 62% of the seats in this House be so intimidated by an opposition? Hey? How can you be so intimidated? They are running with their tails between their legs, scared of what they have created and scared of what it has become. So I ask the members of the ANC, what will you tell your grandchildren one day about today? How will you explain how you broke the oath that you took and trampled on this constitution? How is it possibly acceptable that the president doesn't answer questions in this House and you do nothing about it? You have run away from your obligations. The only way out for the ANC was to try and stop this debate and filibuster for as long as possible. There is no way, they know there is no way to defend Zuma's actions or President Zuma's actions, and they are too cowardly to do the right thing, to vote and censure the president. So when it comes to the crunch, the voters need to know that the ANC members will choose party over constitution. And they must remember that next time at the ballot box. If any of you have any sense left, fire this president, redeploy your chairperson to Luthuli House where she belongs. I thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister, responsible for constitutional development.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hope that the members of the opposition will listen instead of just barracking. We're here to debate a motion in the name of the Leader of Opposition, which notes that the President has failed to comply with the rules and to censure him. The Leader of the Opposition says in a tweet, which was, I noted, retweeted by your leader, Helen Zille, that it is of importance to the future of our democracy that this motion be debated tonight. Why? That's the question. Since the start of this session, and remember we had elections in May, we had an overwhelming victory for the African National Congress in those elections with 62% of the vote, and the ANC was led by President Zuma, so everybody knew they were voting for a second term for President Zuma. But the problem is, since the start of this fifth parliament, we've had numerous disruptions. There have been insults, I'll get on to the police just now, there have been insults, disruption of the House, refusal to accept the authority of the chair. And let's face it, a House of 400 people is difficult to manage. But the Speaker, Speaker Mbete, has presided over the House before in the third or fourth parliament without problems. Why the problem now? We have had the police in Parliament, in this House. A big issue has been made about it, but it is provided for in terms of the Powers and Immunities of Parliament Act, Section 11. The police may arrest anyone on the order of the Speaker or a person designated by the Speaker. The issue really is, I understand some DA members got hurt, but why did you take it upon yourselves to try and physically defend, chase the police out? What arrogance. Do you think you know more about the rules of this House than the rules themselves? It was arrogance. But anyway, we've had all those problems. Yesterday we had an opportunity, led by the Deputy President, to try and resolve the problems in the House. The Deputy President very much walked the extra mile, meeting with the leaders of opposition parties, when he then had to go off to Lesotho to deal with problems there. The agreement was, amongst others, to reaffirm the principle of executive accountability and that all members of the executive are to appear before Parliament as required by the rules. To work together to ensure a climate in Parliament that enables members of the executive to appear before Parliament and account properly. And then this team set up. So why this motion? Why do you want to censor the President for not appearing? When the President came here, the House could not complete its business. And there was no indication that that wasn't going to happen again. So the purpose of this agreement was to work together to ensure a climate that enables members of the executive to appear before Parliament. Now, unfortunately, and we've heard from all the other parties, I think bar Achang, I'm not sure if anybody knows who Achang is because they voted for somebody else. But all the other parties in the House support the agreement. It has only been the Democratic Alliance that has not. And I argue that this motion before the House is in contradiction, in violation of this agreement. This motion before the House has been brought because the Honourable Leader of the Opposition could not stand up to his party. And I say to you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, lead the Democratic Alliance or step aside. Now, the complaint has been made quite often about first of all, the members of the DA have said the President's in violation of the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't say anything about him physically appearing. It's about the fact that the President must account to the House. Okay, I would suggest you listen. Okay, I would suggest you listen. In terms of the rules, it is correct that Rule 111 says the President should answer questions 4 times a year. And it is, or must, yes, must, that's no problem. And we've been told by the Honourable Steenhuisen that if we allow this section to fall, can you just listen, please? Can I be protected, please? I mean...
Honourable members, allow the member
We've been told by the Honourable Steenhuisen that if this rule is allowed to fall, we won't be upholding democracy. Now, as you know, it's an election year. You've forgotten about the election. Yes, I know that, because you don't want the President to be President. But basically, we had the first quarter, we had a State of the Nation debate. There was no time for questions. The second quarter was the budget. There was no time. The third quarter, the President came but was unable to complete. And the issue needs to be resolved before he can come, which is what the point of this is. Now, you make such a big issue about this. This rule was started in 2002. In 2003, President Mbeki came to Parliament 4 times to answer questions in this House. In 2004, which was also an election year, President Mbeki came once. I don't remember what any of you said. In the period then, 2005 to 7, he came 3 to 4 times, because it is difficult. In 2009, President Zuma came twice. 2010, 4 times, 2011, 3 times, 2012, 4 times, 2013, 3 times. So this rule, in the 10 years that we've had it, hasn't been completely followed. But it's such a huge issue that because President Zuma has not followed it this time, that it's a huge issue which must actually destroy good relations between opposition parties and the majority party. Because, honourable members of the DA, the Constitution, and it applies to other members in the House, the Constitution and the rules are not a jersey that you can put on and take off when you feel like it. So, Honourable Waters, you're the Deputy Chief Whip. Rule 49, the precedence of the presiding officer. Whenever the presiding officer rises during a debate, any member then speaking or offering to speak shall resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer shall be heard without interruption. Why, Honourable Waters, Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, could you not follow that? Then there is Rule 53, member to withdraw from the precincts of Parliament. A member ordered to withdraw from the chamber or suspended or named shall withdraw from the precincts. Why was it, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, that you could not abide by that rule? Or, Honourable Waters, that you couldn't abide by that rule? So it's all very rich to say how important these rules are, but you actually only follow these rules when it suits you. And incidentally, Honourable Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, we try here to play the ball and not the person. And I think that your personal remarks against members of our House are distasteful. And I would caution you to remember, Honourable Chief Whip, why are you no longer the leader of the Democratic Alliance in KwaZulu-Natal? So, look, so basically, this debate is really a waste of time. It is going against the agreement that was made, which agreement was to work together to resolve the problems and restore the decorum in the House. Unfortunately, for reasons known to the Democratic Alliance, but probably relate to the conservatism, whatever else, racism within the party, they wanted to undermine this agreement. Because that's the only reason, the only conclusion you can draw from why do we have to have a motion censoring the President when the agreement you made was that you would work together to ensure a climate in Parliament that enables members of the Executive to appear before Parliament. And incidentally, we're not trying to shield anyone from answering questions. Remember as well, the President can also take written questions, which he does, as do ministers. So really, this motion is a complete waste of time. I would again say to the Honourable Maimane, lead the DA as leader of the opposition or step aside.
Honourable Minister. Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
I would be tempted to respond to Honourable Jeffries' hot air, but I choose not to personalize this debate. Honourable members, you could come here today, we could raise insults. But here's the truth. The last 2 months of Chief Whip's forum have been on nothing else but on asking when is President Zuma coming. What is factually true is that if all of us took the oath to defend the Constitution, this would be our finest moment. If we vote to censor the President who's failing in that duty. Honorable members, I ask you, people have argued in this place to say that climate mustn't deteriorate. But if we didn't care enough about the issues in this place, then we must debate them in soft ways. We care that the President comes here. We care about accountability. We care about the people of this country. And unless you care about South Africa and put the Constitution first, you will vote against this motion and say in the name of a deal that in fact we can't proceed. The deal must uphold the censure. We want to be a part of it because we want South Africa to succeed. Let's not fail this country at this time. I ask you, members.
Order. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? Honorable Singh.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I request to be recognized in terms of Rule 96C and request your permission to allow me to move an amendment to the draft resolution as tabled on the order paper, if I may do so.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move an amendment that all the words after that be replaced with the following. The House, 1, notes that the President answered questions for oral reply on 21 August 2014, but could not complete his responses owing to grave disorder in the House. 2, notes further that it is not ideal that the President has not been able to answer questions in the current term. 3, recognizes the need for the Executive to account to Parliament. 4, acknowledges the attempts aimed at dealing with some of the political challenges currently causing an impasse in Parliament. And 5, resolves that all political parties work together to find common ground on matters affecting Parliament and its functioning. I so move.
Honorable members, I now put the amendment to the motion of the Leader of the Opposition as moved by Mr. Singh. Are there any objections? There being an objection, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those in favor of the amendment of the motion of the Leader of Opposition as moved by Mr. Singh should say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, this...
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the 5 minutes. You know. It's okay. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. Honorable Chief Whip, please take your seat. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the amendment to the motion as moved by Mr. Singh be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Voting will now commence. Honorable Chief Whip, what's the...
We have discussed this amendment. We have agreed with the IFP that there is a problematic line in the amendment, and we have agreed we must amend it before we can vote for it. Otherwise, it cannot be accepted.
Point of order.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, with
Yes.
respect, the voting session has been called already. The time for the amendments is now passed. It should have been prior to the division being called.
Yes.
The bells have been rung. The consoles are ready. It's impossible to move a motion. Now we must vote. They must move an amendment, a further amendment if they want to, or vote against this one.
Let me call for advice. It's okay. Honorable members, I'm going to just to draw your attention to what I recounted earlier on, and this is what it says. Please listen to me carefully and then exercise your vote according to your views right now. Agreed, honorable members? When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that the amendment to the motion as moved by Mr. Singh be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the amendment, press. Those in favor, press the yes button. Those against, no. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Order. Order, 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 members. Order.
Chairperson. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, where are you?
I'm here.
Yes.
I want to check if a person can vote twice alone.
You can't.
The Ahang vote on the two.
No, it will be reflected.
Deputy Speaker, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I did vote on Honorable Mpeti. I made a mistake.
You will have to approach the table later so that it be drawn to your attention what this means here. Okay. Why are you throwing your hands up, Honorable Member?
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
Honorable Mngcwaba, I also committed the same mistake. I voted in the wrong seat, but I've corrected that on my seat.
Sorry? Okay. Which seat was that? Which seat did you vote incorrectly on?
Honorable Speaker. Next to Honorable Kubisa.
Okay, you got it now?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
my no button is not working. Can I get the technical guys to come and help me so that I can sort it out?
No, it's okay. We now,
Thank you.
that is known, that is noted. Okay. Honorable members, the voting session is now closed.
Deputy Speaker, my machine is not working.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, ours, this row is not working.
Yeah. Honorable members, the abstentions are 11, the ayes 26, the noes 250. The amendment is therefore not agreed
Honourable
to.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Member.
I'm rising on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You've just indicated the result of this vote. When you put the question and you gave your ruling in terms of the yes of the ayes or the noes, you ruled that the ayes have it.
Yes.
You are clearly completely wrong. Only
Well-
26 ayes, Chairperson.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member. That's not a point of order. Yes. That's not a point of order. Honorable members, we now move the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. Where is that? Right.
Same process.
Where is that? Where is that one?
I would like to remember, move.
No.
Move it.
Leave it with me. Leave it with me. It's all right. Honorable members, the question before the House, order. Okay. Honorable members, the question before the House, let me start at the beginning. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. Just to remind those members who are in the wrong seat now, please go back to your seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Now, honorable members, I have to start, I think I've been corrected, with a question. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by the leader of the opposition be agreed to. Okay?
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
the DA would like to make a declaration.
Yes. Honorable members.
Debate on the matter.
Sorry?
We don't need. We just had a debate on the matter.
Yeah. Honorable members, we've just had a debate and we will not proceed to declarations. Yes. Where is the honorable member? Okay, yeah, it's objections. Okay, it's okay. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the motion as moved by the leader of the opposition be agreed to. Are there any objections? Okay, now the question. Okay, if there are objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. The noes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance calls for a division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for a minute. Order, honorable members, please take your seats. Honorable members, I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by the leader of the opposition be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats?
Deputy Chair, could they please reset the buttons this side? We want our no here, please.
Okay. All right, they'll do so, Honorable Minister. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion, press the yes button.
Deputy Speaker, sorry, the lights are not working on this end now.
Okay. Honorable members, the system couldn't take the pressure anymore. It's taking a short break. It needed a breather. We will now proceed. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Order, order, honorable members, wait for the results. Order. Honorable members, abstain for.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I'm addressing the place.
Speaker.
Please don't. Honorable Minister.
How is it that we vote on a motion of a man who is not in the House?
No, honorable member, it's done.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable
Deputy Speaker, just in response to this, how do we vote about a motion when a man who's never been in this House for months?
Honorable members, abstain is 4, ayes 78, noes 217. The motion is therefore not accepted. Honorable members, that concludes the business of the House. The House is adjourned.